swing it away and socks this to deep left field. That is gone! Bryson Harper.
Worth it. Pulls for the ball. It's a chest high step. Lewis down the middle of the field. He's going to throw the ball run. Has the man in the field. Intercepted. Taking it down the far sideline. He steps out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. And that's how you cap the game up. Jabril White called game on his third interception of the evening.
Sierra Smith quickly worked around, feeding the hot hand. Jasmine got it! 3 threes for number 23.
He finds Edwards. Edwards needs to get the shot up. Pulls up a deep three. Able to knock it down.
The counterattack. Here comes Carla Ramos forward looking for Noelle Lemus. She's gotten by the last defender. Valentine comes down. Noelle drills the keeper. Lemus. And that is a DVC victory. The Vikings are champions of California.
And we are live here at the Palladium. My name's Max Acres, giving you guys the broadcast. I'll be alone tonight for the first half of our doubleheader, and then possibly have a special guest. We'll tease you on that one until they come by for the second half of the doubleheader. So, women's basketball to start the night here, a 5:30 tip-off at the DVC Palladium on Steve Coach Emilio Court. And we've got a battle between two juggernauts tonight. The number 2 ranked team in NorCal, the number 5 team in the state, San Joaquin Delta College. The Mustangs come to town rocking a 13-3 record, 3-1 in Big 8 play. The games that they've lost away have been in neutral sites and away. So, 2-1 away. Let's see if the Vikings can bat that down to 2-2 at the end of it. The Mustangs are coming off a 3-game winning streak. Their last loss was against Folsom Lake College, and that was a beatdown 71-50 on December 29th. But since then, they bounced back and beat Santa Rosa College 71-48, Sierra 72-59, and the Modesto in the last matchup 68-49. In that matchup, the first quarter was pretty even. It was 13-12 San Joaquin Delta at the end of 10 minutes of play. But in the second quarter, San Joaquin Delta started to put their pressure on. Modesto really started to fall behind a little bit. And it was 30-24 at the end of the second. In the third quarter, that's really where Delta's pressure became too much, resulting in a 14-point lead at the end of 30 minutes played, 52-38. And then really, that was just all she wrote. Delta's pressure just forced a ton of turnovers, limited Modesto to 56 total shots to the 73 of Delta College, and San Joaquin Delta College forced 31 turnovers in that matchup. There's a reason why the game was actually pretty close, though, 68-49. It's because Delta fouled a lot, 20 for 24. That was the final line from the free throw line for the Modesto Pirates. And we'll see. This ball handling of the team for the Vikings tonight is pretty quick. So, if you start reaching, if you start getting a little bit tired and burning yourself out, that's really what happened in that Folsom Lake loss. Possibly something could go the way of the Vikings. And for San Joaquin Delta, something you really got to watch out for tonight. On the season, averaging 15 offensive rebounds per game, but in Big 8 play, they've upped that number. They are now number 7 in the state since conference play began, with 19.3 offensive rebounds a game. Nearly half the rebounds come from offensive rebounds, and that is huge. That's just all effort, that's heart, that's positioning, and that's will to win, and that's exactly what this team brings to the court tonight. They bring you a ton of pressure, and they're going to bring their A game here tonight to take on the Vikings here at home. On the other side, the number 14 team in NorCal receiving votes in the state poll. So if the Vikings can keep getting victories, they'll definitely get up into that top 20, that top 15 in the women's state poll in the 3C2A. And it's the DVC Vikings coming in, led by head coach Casey Waters in her third year. 12-4 on the year, a terrific start to the season for the Vikings. They are 2-2 in Big 8 play, currently ranked tied for 4th in conference play, taking on the number 2 team in the conference in San Joaquin Delta College. And the Vikings are coming off of a win, a dominating victory against ARC, and that one was on January 9th on Tuesday, and that was a final victory of 41 points, 82-41. ARC came in, and they were just slow from the get-go. The pressure of the Vikings, the defensive ball handling, just everything that the Vikings did in that game resulted in a dominating victory from top to bottom. The margin was 28-15 after the first, and then it was basically all she wrote. The second half, ARC didn't manage to get above 6 points in either of the quarters, and that's what the Vikings need to do tonight. Bring on that pressure, really force a lot of energy and a burnout for a very deep squad in San Joaquin Delta. And, I mean, take care of the boards. DVC out-rebounded ARC by 25 and forced 20 turnovers, and that's the recipe for success today. Delta is going to be a team that goes up and they shoot a lot of volume, and the Vikings need to go in there, get a lot of strong inside positioning with their bigs, whether it be Skylar Parker, whether it be Sharifi coming inside the post, whether it be Tegan Gaines, or maybe somebody off the bench like Skylar Henrich. The offensive positioning and the rebounding positioning is going to be the key, and another key will be breaking the press. I mean, if you've seen Delta College, this is their program. This is what they're known for. They're known for their relentless press, and the Vikings are a team that really know a little bit about that. They played Laney College, and they were up past Laney College with the lead into the fourth quarter before Tegan got hurt, and then eventually that one ended up being a 2-point loss. But they've seen this relentless pressure from a really difficult team in Laney College early on in the season. Now, can you learn from that situation? Can you continue to build your game plan? And can you beat the number 5 team in the state and take over the position of the number 2 team in NorCal in the Mustangs? So expect to see a little bit of a wonky press from San Joaquin Delta tonight. They're going to bring out probably a 2-1-1-1 press, and the Vikings are going to need to be able to adjust to that and really get themselves in position. So on the other side of the break, we'll come back for the starting lineups here, and I mean, we've got a fun one on our hands. The Vikings and the Mustangs on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. We are back here on DVC Vikings Live, just about ready to get tip-off going on the other side here. Starting lineups coming your way in just a moment, as you can see on your screen. For the Mustangs of San Joaquin Delta, led by 26th-year head coach Gina Johnson. I mean, just a tremendous job with the program. 462 victories, 161 defeats. I mean, this is a team that is just the example of excellence here in the 3C2A, and the Vikings looking to get back into that regard after obviously all that's gone on since COVID in the last 3 years or so. So, for the starters for Delta College, it will be a guard, a 5'4" freshman out of Sacramento. It's Sanaya Moore. She's averaging 7.8 per game, 3.3 rebounds per game, and she's just a player who can really get you buckets. I mean, 15 points on that last game against Modesto College. She's not something that you really expect to shoot it all that much, but she is definitely a very capable scorer, averaging 10 points per game in conference play. At another guard, it's the 5'10" freshman from Lincoln and Stockton, number 11, Serenity Santos, the leading field goal percentage shooter and the leading three-point shooter, as well as the leader in steals for this team, averaging 12.6 points per game. She's one of the top scorers on the team and somebody you got to look out for coming off of a 16-point performance against Modesto College. At a third guard, it's number 23, Maya Chaleni, the 5'7" sophomore from Elk Grove. Missed the 2022-23 season, played in the 21-22 season, and then came back 7 games ago. She's been such a huge factor on offense, averaging 15 points per game in Big 8 play. She's definitely somebody you've got to watch out for. And at another guard, it'll be the point guard, number 33, Kieran Menopole. She's a sophomore from LinkedIn in Stockton, and she's going to be handling a lot of the ball handling duties, averages 4.4 assists per game, also heavy ball pressure from her, 35 steals this season. So she's somebody who will put a ton of pressure on you, and she will force the ball out of your hands. Last but not least, the 6-foot freshman out of Grant in Sacramento. It's number 21, Grace Brown. Not much of a scorer, but a big body inside that'll definitely change your shot. On the other side, third-year head coach Casey Waters leads this team, the number 1 assist woman in the 3C2A, number 1 5'4" sophomore from Las Lomas High School. It's Izzy De La Cruz. She's leading the team in assists, obviously, with 7.7 assists per game, nearly 10 assists per game in Big A play. She's been absolutely amazing, and she also leads the team in steals. Something to note, last year she was the leading scorer against this team in both of the matchups, 19.5 points per game, so she can score, she can assist. This game is going to be highly dedicated on what they give Izzy De La Cruz. Number 5, Lexi LaPerry scored 19 points in the last matchup, obviously wasn't able to play in the second because she broke her hand. She's the second leader in steals on the team with 35 steals on the season, averages 10.9 points per game, and I expect to see any one of these days now Lexi come out of her little bit of a shell and start coming off. We saw her score 22 points against Lassen College, and I expect to see Lexi, if the first shot drops, she's going to start firing her way and getting that shot up. At another 4 now, it's number 23, Tegan Gaines. Tegan's been the best scorer in the team, one of the best rebounders as well, coming off a 2020 double-double against ARC. She was amazing in that matchup. Expect to see a lot of her. She also leads the team in blocks with 21 blocks. At another forward, it's Tamana Sharifi. Sharifi's been a huge addition to this team, somebody that can get you a double-double, has 4 on the year. Expect to see a lot more offensive game coming from her. She's one of the best outside shooters for this team, that is top 10 in the 3C2A. And last but not least, the woman inside, Sky Parker, number 32, the 5'7" sophomore from Alhambra. I mean, she's been a monster, averaging a double-double here, 17 and 9.5 rebounds per game. She's coming off of a career-high 22 points, and we take the action to the middle of the floor. Tegan Gaines wins the tip-off against Grace Brown, and the Vikings will get the offensive possession to start here. No press here from Delta because of the fact that obviously it came off a tip. Feed from De La Cruz, working right to left now. She steps into a 3-point shot. The first basket is a triple. Izzy De La Cruz fires away to give the Vikings a 3-0 lead. Working left to right now in their black tops, black bottoms with the gold trim, the white trim, and the white numerals. It's Delta College here. Manipul will handle from the right wing. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Flips it over to Santos, lobs inside. The Vikings left a woman all alone, and that one was Cellini. Cellini, as the press has set up for San Joaquin Delta, and the Vikings turn the ball over now. Opportunity for a left wing 3-point shot. Left wide open, knocks it down, and that is Sania Moore. So that is something that the Vikings cannot do. Give up to that press. Left wing attempt now for the Vikings here, and is Sharifi off the mark. Getting the rebound, pushing it down the floor is Santos. Santos gets inside the paint, pushes back out. Opportunity from the left wing once again for Moore, and Moore off the mark this time. Lexi LaPerry going high for the board. LaPerry will dribble through the defense. LaPerry brings it across the middle of the floor. Nearly has a kick ball there, but instead back over to Tegan. Left all alone. Tegan Gaines for 3. NBA range. Tegan likes to shoot it from the deep range. And I mean, she's been great in Big A play. 6 points, sixth in 3-point attempts in Big 8 play. She's been huge. So the Vikings with a 6-5 lead here. 8:29 remaining, and the first foul will go against Izzy De La Cruz. Expect to see a lot of rotation here from the San Joaquin Delta team, and it'll be Janae Wells coming in for the first time. She'll replace Sania Moore. So the person fouled shooting it was Cellini, and her first free throw is off the mark. Cellini, 10 for 13 coming into this one in Big 8 play, a 76% free throw shooter. Like I said before, she's been so big on offense, and you saw it when she was left all alone inside of the restricted area on the first basket. An opportunity to tie the game at 6 now as she does so in her second attempt. Splitting the pair, Cellini has 3 points, and Tegan Gaines to inbound it. Gaines over to LaPerry, and the Vikings get the ball to De La Cruz. Running down the floor, it's Sky Parker breaking the press. Sky Parker from the left block, and a foul. Parker just out-hustled the entire team for Delta and earns a trip to the free throw line to shoot 2. Up to percentage, just about 10% since Big 8 play has started. 66% free throw shooter in Big 8 play. Sky Parker to the free throw line. Parker's been one of the best scorers on the team for the Vikings since Big 8 play, and she's unable to make the first free throw. Parker averaged more points per game than any player on the Vikings since Big 8 play started. Averages 17 points per game here. Second free throw up. Splits the pair, and Parker's got her first point at the 8:22-minute mark. Vikings elect not to put pressure out there. Instead, they'll drop into a 2-3 zone. Whips the ball up over to Wells. Now it's to the right wing, Manipul. Manipul dribbles inside, pushes it back out over to Santos. Cross-court pass now. Wells, another cross-court pass back over to Santos. Santos penetrates with 13 seconds left. Ball movement, pushes it to the outside. Now Wells, ping-pongs inside, turns around, blocked. Grace Brown had an opportunity, but wiped away by Sky Parker, and now the Vikings quickly down the floor. Sharifi from the top of the key. She'll dribble and hand the ball off over to Lexi LaPerry. LaPerry step backs. LaPerry with the deep 2-point shot. Wide left. A deep breath there. You can see her roll her eyes. LaPerry wants that shot to drop, but just needs to take a deep breath, needs to get her confidence under her, and really just build a game from the bottom up. 5 on the floor after the substitutions. It's Wells, New alongside Council. Manipul handling right now, and Cellini. Those are the 2 players still in the starting lineup for Delta College. And as she drove to the basket, I believe it was Cellini called for the turnover here. So it'll be a sideline inbounds after the travel. And De La Cruz, pressured by the 2 different women, will lob it ahead. It's over to Sky Parker from the left wing. Vikings break the pressure here. Spins around, goes to the hole. Left block, misses the shot, ball still alive. Last touch by Delta College. Vikings to inbound it from the baseline here with 17 seconds remaining. I like what they're doing here. Sky Parker turned the ball over quite a bit against Delta College last year, averaged 5.5 turnovers a game in those 2 matchups. But they've really trusted the development of Parker to be able to handle that ball, lob it ahead, and break this pressure. Left alone from the right wing. Another 3-point shot drilled by Tegan Gaines. 6 points for Gaines here. 10-6 the lead. Nearly turns the ball over. It went off the leg of Wells. Wells able to retain it though. Now Cellini. Right wing to Manipul. Manipul left alone, and she will drill the 3 ball. Manipul only a 20% 3-point shooter, so not necessarily the worst person to leave alone to take that shot. Sharifi left alone from the right wing. Tries to throw it inside, and a turnover here. Nice overplay by Cellini on defense. Now ahead, it's Council. To Manipul, back to Cellini. Cellini turns around from the right elbow. Rotation goes to Manipul from the left wing once more. Bounces all around, touches the rim twice, and then it's Gaines with the rebound after the missed shot. 10-9 still the score here with 6:28 remaining in this frantic pace game. Lexi inside, nearly was fouled, but the assist instead to Sharifi. Lexi had her elbow knocked into Sharifi, got the ball on the other side, and quickly ahead trying to push the pace was Wells, but Wells was met. Good defense coming back on the other side for the Vikes. Parker with the tattoo on her right elbow, spins inside from the right side of the lane. High shot, no go. Manipul with the board. Manipul to push now. To the right wing, Cellini transition, 3-point shot. Ball's tipped in the air. Vikings get it off the ricochet, and it's De La Cruz racing past 2 different defenders. Gets the right block, too strong. Good look, but just unable to finish at the hole. Cellini now up a crossover into a double team. Woman left alone was Council. She'll drive the baseline, drops it off over to the right block, and a block by LaPerry there, and the Vikings get another stop. And I believe a timeout will be taken by the Vikings there after the missed shot. So with this timeout, oh my goodness, I just realized you guys don't have the feed. Sorry, I'm only I'm the only person here today, so I've got to handle the production as well today. Sorry about that, folks, but I hope the radio call was working for you guys, at least for right now. But with that, it'll be a timeout, and we'll make sure to get you the actual video feed. Once again, apologize, folks. Shorthanded today, I'm managing all of it. But yes, there's a timeout on the floor, and we'll be right back in just a moment here on DDC Vikings Live. Back on the floor here, you can finally see the game. Once again, I apologize, folks, for the feed. And the Vikings have the 12-9 lead here as you get your first sight of action here on the court. Thank goodness we do a radio-style call, right? Doubled into a double team, or dribbles into a double team, I should say. And LaPerry will flip it back around to De La Cruz. Ping-pongs over to Henrich, who checks in the game for the first time. Henrich, big move inside, gets her own rebound. Ball still alive. Touch the rim, so it'll be a reset of the clock. Crossover dribble now. Doesn't take the shot. Now it's a left wing attempt. LaPerry high arcing, but rattles out. Rebound brought in by Manipul. Manipul flips it over to the corner. Santos doesn't take the three, instead penetrates and pushes back outside. Left short, offensive rebound to New. New misses the shot, gets her own board and is fouled in the process. Sky Parker to pick up her first. Second foul on the Vikings here with 4:50 remaining in the first quarter of play. Vikings with the 12-9 lead. Now substitution for the first time for Manipul. She'll check out, and comes Destiny Nichols, the 5'6" freshman from Valley. First free throw, and it's off the mark for New. New is a 44% free throw shooter. Hasn't made one in Big 8 play so far. And that is her first make there, splitting the pair. Everybody who shot free throws has split the pair in this early going. Vikings has 6 seconds to cross the timeline. Able to do so over to LaPerry. LaPerry driving down the left wing. LaPerry fouled with the push-off. This should go against Kat Noah. Second foul against Delta College here. Vikings stay inbound it with De La Cruz now from the left side of the baseline. LaPerry, De La Cruz to the elbow. Now a straightaway three. Henrich, wide right. Henrich is a capable outside shooter. Off the mark there, though. And now Santos getting her opportunity to lob it away from the right wing. And a missed shot inside after an offensive rebound by New, and the Vikings continue to play some stout defense here in the first quarter. Teagan pressured. Now over to Henrich. Henrich dribbling down the left side of the lane. Henrich, man at the summit. Terrific job by Santos coming out to block that shot. 4 minutes remaining here in the first. Left all alone in the corner. And it's Kiara Council who knocks down the three ball. 32% three-point shooter as Sharifi comes back to the scorer's table. Vikings have done a great job here as they turn the ball up for the first time. The ball's picked up here as she thought it was going to go out of bounds was Teagan, but now a steal on the other end. Vikings didn't give up on the ball. So Teagan dribbled it off. Maybe it was her own leg or whatever it was. The ball laid down on the ground. San Joaquin Delta came over there and picked it up, but De La Cruz Keen stuck with the play and got the steal back. And now De La Cruz, after the ball was knocked out of her hands, inbounds from the sideline. Starting five back on the floor as it's De La Cruz, Sky Parker, Teagan Gaines, Sharifi, and Lexi LaPerry as Gaines gets another three-point shot off. Ball's tipped up. Sharifi with the O board, right elbow misses it. Another opportunity, Lexi LaPerry gets it. Right wing now, De La Cruz will scan the floor, running the offense from the right wing. Dribbles inside, drops it off. Right elbow extended. A little short. Like the attempts here by Tamana Sharifi. Sharifi needing to get more involved in the offense. Underneath the basket, it was Santos. Washed away, but found a woman open, and that was New knocking down the 15-footer. Sly New makes it 15-12 now. Some scores on the other side here as Sharifi tries to save the overpass, and she turns the ball over. It's Noah. More extra pass to the corner. Santos, no go. Ball was tipped up by Parker, and De La Cruz picks it back up. Vikings trailing by 3 here, 15-12 at the 2:38-minute mark. Left alone from the left wing. Sharifi fires away, no go, offensive rebound, and the putback. Sharifi off the mark, but Gaines was there to pick it up, and Gaines already has 8 points throughout 7 minutes and 30 seconds of play here in the first quarter, and it's a 1-point game. Delta 15, DVC 14. Nichols to Council. Cross court over to Noah. Noah inside. Rims out. Another rebound by Gaines. Gaines coming off that 2020 performance. She's been cleaning up the glass tonight as well. LaPerry, the secondary ball handler for the Vikings. Flips it back over to De La Cruz to run the set between the circles. Dribbling down the left wing now. 15 seconds left. Possibly looking for a screen instead. Defers to the baseline. Spun around. Flips it over to Gaines. Gaines with 6 seconds left. Gaines pulls up top of the key. And it was a chain shot by Santos. Santos doing a terrific job on defense tonight. Council with the straightaway. Rattles in. Kiara Council has come into this game. Wasn't a starter, but has knocked down 2 triples here. And with that, another time on the floor by the Vikings here. Second timeout out of the pocket of head coach Casey Waters. So it's an 18-14 game at the 125-minute mark of the first quarter here on DVC Vikings Live. Two timeouts out of the pockets of the Vikings here. They have 3 remaining. And it's 18-14 here at the 125-minute mark. Starting 5 on the floor for the Vikings still here. It's De La Cruz, Tegan Gaines alongside LaPerry as the ball's turned over here. We'll get you the other 2 in just a moment. It's a flip shot underneath by Moore. It's Moore misses, but another opportunity here as it goes off the hands of Akayla Jones. Now to the right wing, it's Cheleni. Spun inside from the baseline. Whips it back over to Akayla Jones. Akayla Jones turns around. Ball didn't touch the rim and it went out of bounds, so the Vikings will get another opportunity here. So the last 2 on the floor, or the last 3, I should say. It's Sky Parker alongside Sharifi and De La Cruz. And the first 2, obviously, Gaines and LaPerry. De La Cruz dribbling through traffic. Drops it off over to the low block left, but stolen away. Big body of Akayla Jones reached out to snag that one in. 50 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. It's a 4-point lead for Delta College. Sanaya Moore over to the right wing. It's to Council. Council bounce pass inside. Ball still alive here. 5 seconds remaining. Knocked away. Good stop once more by the Vikings. Ball's thrown ahead. Tegan Gaines wise to it at the last moment. Cross-court passing out to Sharifi. Sharifi with the right-hand dribble. Calls the play, scooting over her right hand. And now she'll defer back over to De La Cruz. Between the circles, it's a 5-second shot clock, game clock difference. Lexi LaPerry with 10 seconds. Gets the switch with the big on her now. Gaines, 6 seconds. Gaines needs to get the shot off. Instead, she dribbles to the hole, drops it off. Sharifi turns around, and Tamana Sharifi at the last possible moment gets her 4th point. Lobs ahead, opportunity for a 3 off the mark, and it didn't go off in time anyways. At the end of 10 minutes of play, it's an 18-16 game, a 2-point advantage for Delta College, and we've got a fun one on our hands here on DVC Vikings Live. Back on the other side of the break for some more basketball after the timeout. Remember, folks, the 10th annual poker tournament is coming up here, one of the main fundraisers for DVC. It'll be $40 to attend, all you can eat and drink, obviously 21 and up. $75 to play, $20 rebuy-ins. It'll take place on February 3rd at the HSF building here on the campus of Diablo Valley College. It's a ton of fun. Come by and hang out and really see what this Vikings program has in store for some lovely characters that you'll get to meet at the event. Back on the floor here, San Joaquin Delta will have the ball working left to right to start the second quarter of play. Vikings with the 2-point deficit here, 18-16. Chaleni from a deep 3-point shot. The ball's tipped up in the air, and the size of Delta showing they're getting the old boards. Hook pass over to the baseline, cutting inside, ducks under, and a terrific finish there by Akayla Jones. The 5'11 freshman from Bear Creek, showing off some of her post moves on the play. Heaves ahead to Sharifi from the right wing, and the Vikings will defer back over to Tegan Gaines. Overhead pass. Sharifi doesn't want to take the three. Fires away anyways, and Sharifi, nothing but net. 7 points for Tamana, and it's 20-18 now. LaPerry gets the steal inside of the post, had the switch. Trying to take advantage of it was Delta, but the Vikings wise. Skylar Henrich in the game now for the Vikings, driving down the baseline, runs over a player, and the foul against Henrich. Offensive foul will turn the ball over there. So on the floor, it's Sharifi, De La Cruz, Gaines, LaPerry, and Henrich. On the other side, Chaleni joined by Jones. Sanaya Moore with Manipul, and inbounding it is Anise Jefferson. Manipul, the main ball handler, bringing it up the baseline. It's Moore inside, and a throwaway here. It was Sanaya Moore, pardon me, that was actually 22. I believe there's hair covering the jersey, so I'm unable to see. That is actually not Sanaya Moore, it is Jefferson who checks out, and she'll be replaced by Salai New. But yes, the free throw line inbounds pass inside of the post was tipped away, and it was last touched off of Delta College. Ball's tipped up in the air, LaPerry able to get back to it, and Henrich is left all alone. Gets inside the paint. 4 players scram to her. 10 seconds left on the shot clock here. Underhand shovel. It's De La Cruz stepping to a 3. Too strong off the glass, tipped up in the air, and Manipul able to clean it up. New going coast to coast. Gets a nice feed, takes it from half court, and still a 4-point lead for Delta College, 22-18 at the 8:09 mark. LaPerry finds Sharifi. Sharifi with the deep 2-point shot. Short left wing jumper is missed. And Delta College trying to push the pace once more. Left all alone in the corner. Chaleni knocks down her first 3 of the night. 6 points now for the leading scorer in Big 8 play for Delta College. And Maya Chaleni. 25-18 our score here. Vikings sticking with their starters. LaPerry lobs the ball over the rim. Sharifi got it on the other side after an errant ball. And it looks like maybe hurting her right hand. Tamana Sharifi holding that hand on the other way, or maybe she's just frustrated. Rotation goes back to the top of the key, bouncing all around the rim, crashing the boards for the offensive rebounds. Chaleni. Chaleni, too short, tipped up in the air, and a foul in the process. She hit the floor hard was Chaleni as she got the O board and threw it back up. The foul will go against Skylar Henrich. That will be her second. So it looks like Sharifi will check out. In comes back Skylar Parker as something is wrong. She is, I don't know if it's the elbow or the hand, but Sharifi is definitely in a lot of pain here. And now New to inbound it from the baseline after the foul. 2 fouls against the Vikings, 0 on Delta College. Ping pongs the ball around, now to the right wing, and stepping out of bounds. Manipul turns the ball over. We've seen this a lot, and you probably get about 1 per game. The black line on the sideline is the out of bounds line, not the green. Some teams don't know that. LaPerry whips the ball inside, tipped up in the air, and the Vikings able to get it back after the fingertips of New weren't able to retract it. 25-18 Steelers score here, under 7 minutes to play in the second quarter. 10 seconds remaining here. De La Cruz working off the screen, lobs inside, picks it, and it's a block by Parker. A turnover by Delta College. Down the baseline, a tough attempt by Tegan Gaines there. You can see a little bit of fatigue here as the Vikings have mainly played their starters. Henrich in the game now with the starters. Big rotation with the deep roster for Delta College. Baseline jumper isn't taken by Jones. Instead, she'll return the ball over to Manipool. Right wing steps into a mid-range jumper. No go. Offensive rebound by New. The ball's still alive. Jones got the O-board and spun around. Retreats back 15 feet away, and the Vikings needed 3 stops to get that one. Offensive rebounding's off the chart in this early going for this Delta team. Free throw line for Parker. Parker turns around 16 feet out and unable to get the ball to drop. The Vikings have been stuck on this 18 number for a few different minutes now. Jones with the Euro and the travel. Another turnover on the other side. Substitution once more as Jones comes out. In comes Kat Noah, the 5'8" freshman from Grant. And the Vikings will stick with the lineup we spoke about before. Teagan scanning the floor, stops her dribble, has to throw ahead. Henrich is able to get it on the Viking side of the floor. LaPerry steps into a left wing 3. No go. The Vikings got 3-point shots to drop early on, but in the last few minutes, the offense hasn't been falling. Good looking shots, just the ball's not going into the hoop. Santos back in the game. Passes to Noah, cutting down the lane. The shot off the glass, too strong, curls out. Brought in by Henrich. Henrich getting a lot of minutes in this early going. Sharifi at the scorer's table alongside 2 players for Delta. It's good to see Sharifi able to get back. And 3 players now for Delta, ready to check in on the next stoppage of play. Terrific scoop shot, doesn't get the finish, and instead Parker gets the O-board and another trip to the free throw line. De La Cruz set the ball up with their quick thinking going to the hole, and it was cleaned up, and now an opportunity to shoot 2 more for Parker. We'll get you a whole lot of change on the floor. And so for Delta College, it'll be Destiny Nichols alongside Grace Brown with Kat Noah, Maya Cellini, who took that hard hit on the ground earlier, and Kiara Manipul. First free throw, nothing but net. You can hear the swoosh over here on our floor mic. Second point now for Parker. Parker doing a good job with the handling, but not necessarily scoring too much in this early going. Second free throw, too strong, and Sky Parker splits the pair once more. Destiny Nichols with the rotation now, and it's Manipul driving, drops it off underneath. And that's a terrific feed inside for Grace Brown as she gets her first basket. 27-19. The pressure of Delta College has really turned on here, and the Vikings have not gotten a score from the field in the last few minutes. Running inside, Teagan Gaines with a hard foul inside. And another trip to the line for the Vikings here. And this might be the game that you have to play. If the offense isn't necessarily dropping from a traditional standpoint, you've got to get inside, force a lot of reaches, force a lot of fouls from Delta College, and get your trips to the line and earn your points from there. One thing we've really seen is that San Joaquin Delta has done a terrific job as Teagan gets the first free throw. They've done a terrific job getting the switch inside, and they forced LaPerry to guard one of the bigs inside of the post, and they've been taking advantage of that, whether it be Grace Brown or whether that be Akela Jones. Second free throw off the mark. Vikings splitting the pair on every attempt from the free throw line tonight. It's a 7-point lead for Delta College here at the 4:22-minute mark. Right wing to left Manipul. Manipul, an open 12-footer, got her own rebound knowing the shot was off, and the ball's tipped. Last touch by the Vikings here. Strong inside positioning by the 6-foot freshman from Grant and Grace Brown. And now the Vikings get a little bit smaller. Sharifi will take to the bench. Oakley coming in for the first time today. Quick inbounds pass. Manipul has it. Lobs inside to Noah. Noah from 14 feet out. Wide off the glass there. Another offensive rebound. A putback and another O-board there as Sky Parker absolutely threw Grace Brown to the floor. Just wrapped her up, clobbered her to the ground. That'll be the second on Parker, and it will not be a shooting foul, however. 7-point lead for Delta, 3 fouls on the Vikings, 2 fouls on Delta. Both of the fouls on Delta were shooting fouls. Brown after the inbounds to Manipul. Manipul with the goggles on and the tattoos on the left forearm. Has that left wrist wrapped as well. Finds a woman from the top of the key. And the 17-foot jumper will give Catherine Noah her first points of the game. 29-20 is our score here with Delta trying to get a double-digit advantage here. Cross-court pass. LaPerry over to the corner, and it's Oakley from three. Left it short, trying to get positioning. And that might be the third against Sky, as she is frustrated to all means. The third against Parker, and that is massive there. 3 fouls against Parker in the first 16 and a half minutes of play. Parker will stay in the game here. 29-20 our score at the 3:30 mark. Vikings will keep Parker on the floor, as I just mentioned before. It's Nichols driving inside. Willed that basket in. Destiny Nichols gets her first basket, and it's the first double-digit lead of the game, going the way of Delta College, 31-20. Gains to De La Cruz, right wing three-point attempt, rattles in. Izzy De La Cruz started the scoring with a triple from the straightaway mark, and she answers the call when the Vikings need it most here from the right wing. An opportunity from the free throw line, rattles all around, and Catherine Noah is living from 15 feet out now. 33-23 the score here. 2:44 remaining. Vikings with De La Cruz doubled. Shovels over to Gaines, and Gaines no go on the three ball. Keegan's already got 2 3-point shots to drop in this early going, but off the mark here. On ball pressure by De La Cruz as Jefferson dribbles around. Ping pongs inside, it's over to Noah. Noah no go. Another opportunity and a wild shot by Jefferson there as the Vikings finally clean the glass. Seems like the Vikings cannot get a defensive rebound on the first attempt here as Oakley airballs the three ball from the right corner. But fortunate enough, it's LaPerry there to pick it up on the O board. Lob inside, Grace Oakley spun around. Oakley from the right block. Another stop and a hustle ball and a steal by De La Cruz. Oakley left all alone. Oakley dribbles inside and the ball's trapped behind the basket. And the Vikings turn it over here. Oakley might have panicked in that little situation there as she had an opportunity to get a wide open shot, but instead she wouldn't go inside the paint, got washed behind the board. And it's still a 10-point lead for Delta here, 33-23 with 1:55 remaining. Sky Parker to the bench now, sitting with 3 fouls. And the Vikings go with a big look here with Henrich, who's played some good minutes in this early going. Sharifi, De La Cruz, LaPerry, and Tegan Gaines. Destiny Nichols, the ball handler. Driving kick out. Council from the left wing. No go, another opportunity here. The scoop shot is missed after the offensive rebound by Jefferson, and the Vikings clean it on the second attempt once more. Too many offensive rebounds. Vikings just unable to get in position here as the strength and the size of Delta College is absolutely showing. Vikings contesting here as the ball was knocked out of bounds off of De La Cruz, they initially said. And now I think the officials, after some conversations, will give it back to her. De La Cruz from midcourt with 1:25 remaining here. Inbounding it. Lobs across the floor. Tegan Gaines wasn't able to get it cleanly. The ball's still alive, and it's finally cleaned up by Anise Jefferson. Vikings turn the ball over on the inbounds play. 10-point lead over to the corner now. Delta College misses the three, batted away. It was Cellini missing the three, hit by Sharifi, and another opportunity now for San Joaquin Delta. Over the corner, Cellini once more. Dribbles inside, had the ball knocked out of her hands. A steal from the Vikings. It's a 2-on-1 now. Going straight to the holes, Henrich, and Henrich from the block. Able to get her first field goal of the game. 25-33 here. Vikings bring it back down into single digits with 47 seconds remaining here. Destiny Nichols trying to answer the call, leaves it short. Maybe a little bit of fatigue now for Delta College. Vikings have played the starters for the majority here, though. You've definitely got to think they've got the lactic acid there as the ball was too strong for Henrich on the inbounds pass, and it's a turnover by Gaines. Whips it to the corner. Cellini threw the ball way over the top of Kiera Council, and Council, who has knocked down a couple three-point shots in this early going, unable to get to that ball. We'll get a 3-woman rotation here for the final possession as Serenity Santos comes in alongside Kiera Council with Anise Jefferson. And the Vikings breaking the press here. And the last woman inside who just came in is new. A hook shot by Lexi LaPerry, no go from the left wing, and now an opportunity for Delta College. 8-point lead for Delta, out to the corner, extra pass. And they find Santos, who fires away from 19 feet out. A huge sigh here by Tegan Gaines. That brings us to the end of the first half. 33-25 at this hectic, frantic pace. I mean, this is exactly what you expect to see when Delta College comes to town. What the Vikings need to do better here in the second half is come out and get better inside positioning. Delta College has dominated the boards tonight. It seems like every single time there's a missed shot, it's 2 or 3 attempts by Delta College before they're able to come out here and either miss the shot or make it. I mean, Delta College in the last matchup against Modesto College with some really big players out-rebounded them 41-33, and tonight, I mean, we don't have any official stats on rebounds, but you got to think it's almost double Delta College to DVC in the rebounding department. There's going to be a lot to come out here. The legs are going to need to be shaken out. Definitely some lactic acid buildup, but the Vikings trail 33-25 here at the halftime break. It's an 8-point lead for Delta College as the Vikings were able to cut it back down to single digits. And we've got a very good game throughout the first 20 minutes of play here on DVC Vikings Live. We'll send it to our halftime break in just a moment. Actually, let me get you some scores before that. Kat Noah has 4 points. Sanaya Moore has 3 points, and this is for Delta College. 6 points for Kiara Council, 5 points for Salai Nu. Destiny Nichols has 2, Grace Brown has 2, 6 points for Maya Cellini, 2 points for Akayla Jones, and 3 points for Manipul. On the other side for the Vikings, 6 points, 2 3-point shots dropping for Izzy De La Cruz. Lexi Perry held off the scoring board in this early going. Expect to see a lot more of her in the offensive department coming on the other half. Skylar Hendricks has 2 points. Tegan Gaines, the leading scorer of the game, and the leading scorer for the Vikings with 9 points. Sharifi has 7 points. 2-point shots and a 3-point shot. And Parker unable to get on the board in terms of field goals, but able to split 2 pairs of free throws, giving her 2 points. And that gives us our final of 33-25 here with 13 minutes remaining at the halftime break. And we'll take it as well here on DVC Vikings Live. Remember, the 10th annual poker tournament is coming up. DVC's main fundraiser will take place on February 3rd at the HSF building here. $40 to attend, $20 rebuy, $75 to play, 21 and older to eat and drink. Go to eventbrite.com and search DVC Poker. So we are just about ready to come back here in the halftime break in this 33 to 25 point game. A lot of missed shots on both sides. I don't have the exact percentage numbers here, but it was a 16 to 18 game after the first quarter of play, and then a +6 second quarter by San Joaquin Delta. The Vikings really need to make some adjustments here in the second half to not have the trend for Delta College really continue, where they just come out in the third quarter, put that pressure on, and get these teams to start to fold. So I was able to get some rebounding stats from San Joaquin Delta, so thank you, courtesy of the assistant coaches over there. 39 rebounds for Delta, 26 rebounds for DVC. So yes, it is a very large margin of 13 rebounds, but I'm kind of surprised on the number of offensive rebounds the Vikings were able to get. 11 offensive rebounds, but giving up 20 offensive rebounds, man, that is tough. It just seems like San Joaquin Delta has missed 2 or 3 times on every attempt at the basket. They haven't gotten many to drop, but it's just the Vikings need to do a better job being able to box out and be able to fight back in the situation. The Vikings going to send out a bigger unit here, and they're going to sit Sky Parker, as Parker still has 3 fouls, so they got to keep those situations in check. The Vikings will start here as Izzy De La Cruz rocking the mask will inbound right in front of us. It's De La Cruz LaPerry with Tegan Gaines, Skylar Henrich, and Sharifi. De La Cruz into the backcourt, and LaPerry will start it for the Vikings here. She crosses the midcourt stripe, trapped inside of the corner. She's doubled here. Vikings need to get the ball off. Throws it over to the top of the key, and Gaines is there. Dribbles into the low block right, and Gaines too strong on the attempt. Rebound brought in by Grace Brown, who's starting this game. We'll get you the starters for Delta when we have a second to take a deep breath. Opportunity from the left corner now. And the three-point shooting continues for Delta, and it's the first basket from the field for Serenity Santos. A 39% three-point shooter. You can't leave her alone in the corner. 36-25. It's an 11-point lead here for Delta College. De La Cruz fires from 3, tips the iron, and a foul against Sharifi over the back. That'll be her first, and the first in the Vikings here. And while we have a moment, we'll get you the players on the floor for San Joaquin Delta College. It's Sanaya Moore joined alongside Serenity Santos, who hit that three-point shot. The 2 other guards into the game are Maya Cellini and Kiara Manipul. And the last one on the floor is Grace Brown. Manipul over to Santos. Santos doesn't want to take the 3. Instead, a better look from the left wing. Manipul off the mark. And Gaines rips down the rebound. 11-point lead here for Delta. That's the +2 quarter in this early going. Sharifi nearly turns the ball over. LaPerry comes to save her. LaPerry heavily pressured here. Doubled, left Gaines alone. Gaines steps, almost gets a 3 instead. A better look from the left wing. Too strong, high arcing 3 ball off the mark for Lexi LaPerry. And a tie-up possession arrow will go over to Delta College. So flip the possession arrow. Next time it'll be the Vikings ball. But you can really feel the pressure by LaPerry putting on herself here, as she just has a deep sigh after missing that 3 ball. It was a very nice looking shot, and you just got to keep pushing through it. An opportunity for Moore for 3, and Moore unable to get the 3 ball to drop herself. Vikings cross the timeline here. Sharifi, top of the key, no look pass now to De La Cruz. 20 seconds remaining. De La Cruz working between the circles. Whips it over to LaPerry, who calls for the ball. LaPerry hands off Sharifi. Rotation perimeter action, gets the ball back over to De La Cruz, and now Gaines for straightaway. Gaines a triple. Tegan, 12 points now for her, and the Vikings cut it back down to 8. Manipul dribbling inside the post. A straightaway 3 for Cellini, and Cellini knocked down the 3, but a foul underneath on the floor. 21, I believe that's going to be on Grace Brown. If that is on Brown, they're saying it's her first, but I've got it as her 3rd. And we've got to get that clarified here. The 3-point shot does not count, however, and that's the most important factor. So the Vikings able to get away with leaving a wide open 3-point shooter. Nearly turns the ball over, but LaPerry able to clean it up. Another opportunity for 3. And man, Tegan is on fire from beyond the arc now. 4 of her baskets have come from deep. And the Vikings back down to 5. That is huge. Talking to Garski before the game, the assistant coach for the Vikings, saying, hey, we're a good three-point shooting team. We just got to take the opportunities. And now a missed three-point shot on the other side for more. And the Vikings clean up the glass here. A good start to the second half. As De La Cruz wings it over to the right wing. Another opportunity. Gains. No go this time. Strong inside positioning for Brown to get the board. Henrich fought for it, but cleared through by Delta. Vikings a little late on defense, but able to get back in time. Rocking that 2-3 zone once more. From the corner once more. No go. Falling to the ground was Gaines there, as maybe she got a leg stepped on. And the missed 3 from Santos will have an opportunity for Henrich to run down the floor. Henrich, right hand. And an offensive foul called there. Both these teams, you can feel the gas tank emptying out just a little bit there as Manipul is able to draw the foul. That's the 4th. They put it against Parker, but obviously Parker's on the bench. So you can see Parker shrugging, saying, hey, this isn't on me. He'll go against Henrich, and that'll be her 3rd. So the Vikings in a situation here with 3 fouls apiece. That's a 5-point lead here as Parker jockeys with the official, trying to get the foul situation worked out with our book here. And the officials are going to have to discuss with the table here to get things straightened out. But as of this point, it was 33-25 at the halftime break. It was an 8-point advantage for San Joaquin Delta, and the 3 balls have just started to drop for Tegan Gaines and company. So a reset of the system here as Sky Parker gets the foul rescinded. And now the Vikings in their 2-3 zone, switching up just a touch here. An opportunity from the left wing. No go. I believe they're 1 for 4 now in the second half as San Joaquin Delta from deep. Lexi LePerry sprints down the floor here, breaking the pressure. Gaines over to Henrich. Henrich, free throw line jumper. Henrich showing off the 15-footer there. She gets her second basket, and the Vikings cut it down to 3. A +6 second half so far. Right elbow. It's New who checks into the game, and she will be off the mark. Vikings really, you can feel the energy coming from them. It seems like Delta's slowing down just a touch, and the Vikings are really putting their foot on the pedal now. Another opportunity from the top of the key. And now from 18 feet out, it's Skylar Henrich with back-to-back buckets, and it's a 1-point game. Ball's tipped away. LePerry got in the passing lanes, but Delta keeps it. Now it's New from the right elbow. Out to the corner. Council. Rotation back around now. Manipul. 16 seconds left on the shot clock. Council dribbling back around the perimeter now. Cutting inside is Cellini. Cellini with the floater. Able to answer the little bit of a run by the Vikings here. Cellini now with 8 points. Sharifi gets the ball lobbed ahead. No look pass. Short right wing jumper. Henrich off the mark, tipped alive by LePerry, and now another opportunity from 3 as Henrich unable to get the deep ball to drop. 38-35. Free throw line jumper off the mark. Gaines able to get the rebound. And the scoreboard has not changed here. I don't know if I missed that last shot or if I didn't see it. So I believe the last basket by Cellini actually did not go in. I might have looked down too quickly in time. A floater inside. The ball's kept alive. Offensive rebound by the Vikes here. Oh, and a turnover. Council read the eyes perfectly of Gaines. De La Cruz wasn't quick enough to get to that ball. Kira Council. I mean, the Vikings players are just sliding to the floor left and right underneath the post. I think the officials might need to clean up that spot. Seen 3 or 4 Vikings players fall down inside of the post of the left side of the floor here. And while we get that situation worked out, a timeout on the floor. So a timeout on the floor, we'll take it as well here. Vikings fight back from an 8-point deficit, and now it's 38-35 here with 5.5 minutes played in the third quarter on DVC Vikings Live. Back in the floor, some clerical issues to work out. That last Cellini basket did go in, so it is 41-35. The scoreboard just didn't update after that made basket, but the officials made sure to get to it. And also, another thing to mention, Sharifi's shot from 3 to end the second quarter ends up being a 2-point shot, and that is the discrepancy in the score, 41-35. It's a 6-point lead for San Joaquin Delta as they put on their full court press. 2-2-1 press here, and the Vikings need to break it with 2 seconds remaining. Able to do so to Sharifi. Sharifi finding Henrich. Henrich has been the main scorer for the Vikings here in the second half. Unable to get the second basket in a row to drop. Loose with the handle was Council, and pardon me, that's actually Janae Wells who checks in for the first time. Left alone on the baseline, Nichols calling for the ball. Puts it in the hands of Noah, and a travel underneath the basket. So on the floor now for San Joaquin Delta, it's Noah with Nichols. And Janae Wells is out there as well with Manipul, the lone starter, still on the floor. And Saline Niu. Those are the 5. Vikings here with the starters minus Sky Parker here as Henrich has really dealt the hot hand in this early going. Ball's knocked away. Tried to save it, but instead it's back over the Vikings. 6 seconds remaining. Short left wing jumper. Sharifi, 8 points now for her. 4 2-point shots result in her 8. 41-37 now the score with 3:30 remaining. Left alone in the corner, Nichols doesn't take the 3. Instead gets inside and she's blocked. Teagan was there to send it away. Ball's whipped ahead. LaPerry to the baseline. And LaPerry draws the contact, an opportunity to go to the line to shoot 2. The best free throw shooter on the Vikings, looking to make her mark for the first time today, held off the scoreboard up to this point. So you can look at it in 2 different ways. In one side, Alexi LaPerry, who's a very capable scorer, has been held off the boards, or held off the scoreboard up to this point. And now maybe this first free throw, which is off the mark, will spark her. But if she starts to get going, Delta might be in a little bit of an issue here. But up to this point, you could also look at the other perspective, and Delta has done a terrific job pushing LaPerry off her mark. Second free throw, nothing but net. LaPerry finally able to get her first point here at the 3:15-minute mark. Noah to the right wing to Wells. An opportunity for New. No good from deep. Only one made 3-point shot here on a plethora of attempts from outside of the arc for San Joaquin Delta. De La Cruz between the circles once more. Over to the right wing, 15 seconds remaining here. Teagan gains to LaPerry. LaPerry will dribble down the left side of the lane, has her shot blocked, but too much contact down low. And LaPerry starting to make her mark on this game here, getting to the free throw line for the second consecutive possession. Second foul against Kat Noah. Last foul, one against Kira Manipul. Both of them have 2 fouls apiece. And so now substitutions on the floor. Manipul stay into the game. Sanaya Moore comes back in alongside Janae Wells. First free throw up and in. LaPerry now with 2 points. And the last few players is Saline New, Janae Wells, and Maya Cellini. Both the free throws on that attempt. 3 for 4 from the free throw line now with 3 points is Lexi LaPerry. And it's a 1-point game now. Cutting into that 8-point deficit at the halftime break. This half has felt like it's been all Vikings here. They've cleaned up the glass well, and that's been a big factor here. 20-11, 0 boards in the first half. And now a deep shot there, as it's a deep 2-point shot for Delta College, resulting in a 3-point lead. Skylar Henrich has the ball from the perimeter, dribbles inside, whips it to the top of the key, ball fakes is Henrich, or pardon me, Teagan Gaines, and now the Vikings will get the ball to De La Cruz, and De La Cruz had the ball knocked off of her. And it was last touched by Delta. I believe it's going to actually be a reach-in foul. They're going to call it on a shooting attempt as well. Wow. That's the 4th foul against Delta College. I thought that was just going to be a knock out of bounds and the ball going back to the Vikings, but instead, an opportunity for De La Cruz to go to the free throw line and cut into this lead. Rattles the first one in. De La Cruz, not the strongest of free throw shooters, but she can definitely get it in. And what's looking like right now is that Delta is actually looking like the more fatigued team. DVC with a much shorter roster, especially Sky Parker still sitting with her fouls. And the second free throw, no go for De La Cruz. Splits the pair once more, and it's a 2-point lead for Delta College. But yes, the Vikings look like they're the team that's in better shape despite the fact that Delta has such a deep bench. The eye of the tiger shown on the faces of all the Vikings players. And New trying to cut that out. New for 3. 8 points now for Salai New. And it's a 2-possession game once more. 45-41. Sharifi handles the ball. Wisely doesn't give it back to LaPerry, who was on the other side of the floor here. And the Vikings will work their offensive set with 11 seconds remaining. Solo ball. Pushes it out is Sharifi. The floater inside. And the first basket from the field for Lexi LaPerry comes 29 minutes into the game. 2-point lead once more for Delta. Vikings trying to get this stop here and possibly get their first lead since answering the call. She made a 3-point shot early on in the first quarter, and now the 3 ball is starting to drop late in this third. Skylar Hendricks, underhand pass, and the Vikings breaking the press once more. Sharifi left alone, it's a 2-on-1 now. Gets the defender to blow past her, and the patience of Skylar Hendricks pays off here. It's a 3-point game. Running the floor is Wells. Wells with the extra pass. And Cellini gets into double digits here. 10 points now for her. It's a 5-point game. And a turnover here by Henrich. Straightaway 3. Cellini rattles out. Ball was tipped and finally cleanly brought in by Tegan Gaines. Lexi LaPerry with 15 seconds left. And the Vikings will call one more play here to end the third. Looking for a screen is LaPerry. 7 seconds left. LaPerry drives down the left side of the baseline. LaPerry's floater off glass, no go. 2 seconds remaining. New, a half-court heave, but not in time. Hits the rim, and it's a +3 quarter for the Vikings. 50-45 is our result after 30 minutes of play here. And the Vikings look to be the slightly fresher team right now. And if this continues forward, they have an opportunity here to upset the number 2 team in NorCal, the number 5 team in the 3C 2A here on DVC Vikings Live. Back on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. Back here at the Palladium, here on the campus of Diablo Valley College. DVC 45, Delta College 50. 10 minutes remain here in this Big 8 matchup. 13-3, Delta College. 12-4, DVC. Vikings look to start their offense here. It's a missed shot by Henrich. She gets her own rebound, spun around the baseline, working left to right. Finally has the ball ripped away, though. Noah with some quick hands. Noah dribbling through 2 different defenders, and the Vikings set up their zone defense. Straightaway 3, the high arcing triple. 9 points now for Kiara Council. And that's the one thing that the Vikings did very well, just contesting those threes and not giving open looks for Delta, and the jump ball called, and the possession arrow after the quarter will go back over to Delta. So that's something to factor in. Both of the jump balls have gone to Delta. But like I was saying before, as Sky Parker comes in again, Sharifi will go to the bench. The Vikings did such a good job in the rebounding department, not letting second, third, fourth opportunities from Delta to come here. And it's a pick 6 as De La Cruz goes coast to coast. A lazy pass, and De La Cruz has 9 points now. Took it from the 3-point line of Delta, swung it all the way in for a field goal. 53-47. Ball's tipped away once more, and she stepped on the bounds, but it was a tip ball, so No opportunity for a turnover there. Lobbing over to low block left. Strong hook shot inside, and it's Grace Brown not able to get it to fill the cup. 53-47 once more. Not much of a pressure here in this early going of the fourth quarter. A lot of acceleration from Delta early on, starting to cruise a little bit. And LaPerry for three, high arcing shot, she calls glass. The bank shot is open for Lexi LaPerry. 8 points now, it's a 3-point game. And a timeout by Gina Johnson. It was +3. There was a 5-point advantage for Delta at the end of 30 minutes of play. And throughout the first 2 minutes, Vikings able to cut in that lead 53-50 here on DVC Vikings Live. Inbounds pass for Delta, working right to left here. Final 8 minutes and 15 seconds to play here. Gina Johnson has a play called up for her offense. Manipul out to the corner. Pass over to the right block to Noah. And Noah finds Manipul streaking down the middle of the floor. Misses a shot down the lane. The ball's still tipped alive, and LaPerry comes away with it. Through the mask. It's De La Cruz finding Tegan Gaines trapped in that coffin quarter. Uses her size to get it over to Parker. To the corner now, LaPerry again from three. Tried to use the glass, but the second time, a different result, no go. 53-50, the score. Manipul whips it over to the free throw line, doesn't take the shot as Noah. Instead, the rotation back over to Manipul. Head high pass to Council in the corner. Too strong. De La Cruz pirouetting with the rebound. Tegan Gaines drives all the way down to the baseline, and she steps out of bounds, a turnover in a critical moment here. Sharifi to the scorer's table for the Vikes. And so let's get you a reset of the players on the floor. Henrich will come out, so it's Gaines, LaPerry, Sharifi, Parker, and De La Cruz on the other side. Manipul is joined alongside Janae Wells, who just checked back into the game, with Kira Council, Sanaya Moore, and the big woman inside, Grace Brown. 20 seconds left on the shot clock, and it's Council back over to Manipul. Manipul finds a cutting woman, and it is Wells who gets her first basket here late in the fourth quarter, extending the lead back up to 5. A little bit of a shell of a pressure here, and the Vikings easily break it at the 6:50 mark. Tegan executed so well from beyond the arc early on, knocking down those triples, getting the Vikings back into this one. Hasn't taken a 3 since that mark, though. Sharifi with 6 seconds left, leans in. Sharifi needing some help, 2 seconds remaining. It's Parker needing to heave a 3. Parker off the mark and not an opportunity. 30 seconds of great defense by Delta College, forcing a stop in a critical moment. Sanaya Moore to the bench. In comes Maya Cellini. And another timeout here. The Vikings look to burn their third timeout, and we'll take that timeout as well here on DVC Vikings Live. 55-50. .55-50 at the 6:28-minute mark. Delta College with the ball here. No fouls in this first 4 minutes of play in the fourth quarter. The Vikings have been getting stops in timely manners, but a few sloppy turnovers the last few possessions. Council. Rotation now to Wells. Woman in the corner is Cellini, and Cellini isn't able to get the 3 ball. Henrich with the rebound. She gets it back. Vikings lead across the timeline here with 1 second. Able to do so just in time. LaPerry keen to the situation. LaPerry fending off the hard defender and Council. And LaPerry nearly turns the ball over, loses her dribble. Gaines comes here to save her. 10 seconds remaining. Gaines spins around from the left corner. Gaines, extra pass. Oh, the basket dropped for Sky Parker, but just diving to the floor. It was Akayla Jones, pardon me, it was actually Grace Brown. So Tegan Gaines will pick up the offensive foul, and it'll be a turnover. Coach Casey Waters in disbelief in the situation here. There's a lot of contact, a bang-bang play, and the officials have the right to call that foul there. Left elbow for Wells. Wells, the drive inside, the scoop shot from right underneath the basket. Janae Wells, last couple of baskets here for Delta College, and the lead extends to 7 now. LaPerry needs to get past the time limit with 2 seconds, able to do so with Gaines. Gaines, the scoop shot, the flip up, the contact, and it's good. Tegan Gaines with a massive basket and the opportunity to pin one on the old school way. That'll put Gaines up to 17 points now. And they'll give her a 3rd opportunity from the free throw line.
Basket is good. Who's the foul on?
And John Brown didn't get the call here, so he needs to ask the official who the foul was on. Janae Wells will pick up her first. In a little bit of a comical situation here. Glad to have John Brown back in the building. Missed the last couple of games. And Tegan Gaines now 2 for 3. She's got 18 points now, pulling up her 22-point performance last time around. It's a 4-point lead now for Delta College here with 5:06 remaining. Manipul has the ball knocked away. Council able to get it back. Now Manipul fires away from the right wing. No go. Vikings save it here. Sky Parker, full flying effort. Lexi LaPerry over to Henrich, who comes back into the game. Vikings break the press, running the floor. Sky Parker from the block. Sky Parker. First basket comes 35 minutes into the game, but it's a big one, 57-55. Manipul looking to answer. Shovels it to Council. Now Manipul from the right wing. 15 seconds left to work. A jump pass. And it's Cellini, wide right. Long rebound. Sky Parker hustling for it. Ball's tipped in the backcourt. It'll be an over and back. The Vikings get a stop and an opportunity now to tie it or take the lead. A huge stop there. And the Vikings are simply out hustling the Mustangs at this point. It's been a tale of 2 halves for sure. The hustle and the pressure of the Mustangs in the first, and the Vikings coming back hard. And this shot by Parker, she tips it up, and it's out of bounds on the Vikings here. Not a clean opportunity here. And Coach Garski fired up here. He wanted to play, called out, but instead a turnover. Tegan Gaines, the on-ball defender against Manipul. Vikings in the 2-3, ball knocked away. The feed tried to go inside over to Brown, but nice hands by Henrich, forcing a inbounds now from the left side of the baseline with 18 seconds on the shot clock. The trigger will be Kara Council, scanning the floor. Tegan Gaines is on her, threads it ahead to Manipul. Manipul's floater, no go, and another O board. Manipul trying to answer again. Santos, who just checked back into the game, fires from 3. Ball still alive. Henrich fighting every single inch for that ball. And it looks like it was last touched off of Henrich. Henrich playing some massive minutes in this game for the Vikes. And she is playing right now with 3 fouls. Rotation of the bigs now as Grace Brown will go to the bench. Akayla Jones, the 5'11 freshman from Bear Creek, now in for Delta. Manipul to trigger now. It's over to Janae Wells. Gets a screen, a deep 2-point shot. And the high arcing shot is good. Janae Wells with 6 points now. She's been the primary scorer here in the 4th quarter for the Mustangs. A fresh body off the bench. And her legs are showing to be the advantage for the Mustangs in that department. 4-point lead. Dribbles into the trees. LaPerry flips it back around. Henrich double pumps from the three-point line. Doesn't have an opportunity. Now it's Gaines driving. Gets the block. The foul and another opportunity from the free throw line. Went straight in the body of Akayla Jones. She'll pick up her first, and Gaines is hurt on the floor, though. You love the opportunity to go to the basket, but this is massive. Teagan rivaling in pain on the ground here. And it looks like she'll be able to get up on her own power. You could see it on her face, though. A lot of pain. And Teagan will stand and take the free throws. This is massive here. Hands on her knees, fighting through, gritting in this terrific game to open up the first half of our doubleheader. Can you believe we still got another game ahead of us here? Free throw line now for Teagan Gaines. And the first of the set is in. 19 points now for Teagan. She's shaking up here, shoving off Sky Parker. It's a 3-point game now. Vikings will send 2 players back on the defensive assignment. Second free throw, too strong, and it's still a 3-point game. Teagan splits the pair, still at 19 points. Cross-court pass. Now Council. Massive 3-point shot for Kira Council. She's knocked down 4 triples in this game, and none bigger than that one. Skylar Henrich will take a breather here, going to the scorers table. And her replacement, Grace Oakley, checks in. So it's LaPerry, De La Cruz, Grace Oakley with Skylar Henrich, and Sky Parker. Teagan's been massive for the Vikings here. And hopefully she can get everything taken care of and possibly come back if need be. Vikings go for shooting for size as Oakley comes in. LaPerry gets the inbounds pass, dribbles down the far sideline, keeps her dribble alive as she works through the middle of the floor, behind the back to cross the timeline. Heavy ball pressure by Wells. LaPerry still driving. LaPerry contacted. The foul and another opportunity to shoot 2 for Lexi LaPerry. 3 for 4 from the free throw line tonight. She got her game going there.
Personal number 2.
Held off the board for the majority of the game, and in this fourth quarter in the second half, Lexi LaPerry really showing why she is a great scorer for this Vikings team. Jones out, in comes in the starter, Grace Brown, and 2 opportunities here to cut it down to 4 for LaPerry. First attempt. 9 points now for Lexi, 4 for 5 from the free throw line. And critical moments here. Every possession matters inside of 3 minutes to play. Second free throw, rattles out. Lexi LaPerry, 4 for 6 from the free throw line now. And it's a 5-point game. Massive 3 ball on the other side, and splitting the free throws for the Vikings on that side. Manipul for 3, and oh my goodness. Manipul showing some pose late in this game. Extends the lead to 8. Vikings need to score quickly here. 2:30 remaining. Late 3 balls dropping for Delta. They had opportunities throughout the third. Vikings played some good defense from the perimeter. And Lexi LaPerry has the ball nearly knocked away from her. Off the hands of Henrich, a turnover. One-on-one opportunity for Wells. The Euro step to the other side of the basket. High off the glass, offensive rebound by Brown. Brown throws it up. And the ball will go to the Vikings. A massive stop here for the Vikes as Tamana Sharifi will come in replacement of Henrich. Likely a offensive substitution. Henrich has had a massive game. Sharifi, though, good outside shooter. Sharifi was shaken up early in the game. It's good to see her be able to fight through it. And in the situation, a timeout taken on the floor. And we'll take the timeout as well. 3-point shots dropping for Delta late in this one. They've answered the call as the Vikings came storming back. And Delta would take the full timeout here with 2:06 remaining on DVC Vikings Live. 2:06 remaining here. Big three-point shots have extended the lead for Delta. The Vikings cut it all the way down to, I don't remember if it was 2 or 3, but it was a single possession game here. And then some big shots by Delta getting the lead. The trigger is Grace Oakley. Over to De La Cruz. The crossover for Cruz. 7 seconds to cross the timeline. She has the bigger defender in Santos on her and able to run it down the near sideline. De La Cruz waving off the defenders here. Looks for a screen. Able to get a screen from Sky Parker. Steps in, had her shot blocked. Another stop in a big moment. Sereni Santos gets it this time. It's a 2-on-2. Right lane, the floater no go for Wells, and stepping out of bounds was Grace Brown after inhaling that offensive board. The Vikings are getting stops on one side of the floor, but they need baskets to drop on the other. 8-point lead for Delta. Tegan Gaines goes to the bench now off the trainer's table, so that's good to see. She's shaken up and likely unable to return. De La Cruz, eyes down the floor through her goggles. Had some 3 balls drop early on. Vikings need 3 balls in the situation. Lexi LePerry using clock that she does not have, and in the entry pass has the ball turned over. Council gets the steal. Mana pull to the left elbow, and she'll dribble out using as much clock as possible. And that is just something you can't have. The Vikings had that second gust of wind in the third quarter to be able to push this game and make it 45-55, and then eventually make it 47-50 at the beginning parts of the third quarter. But since then, Delta has really found their 4th and 5th gear. But just as I say that, Janae Wells, who has been a massive part of this 4th quarter for Delta College, turns the ball over. So under a minute to play, still an 8-point game. Oakley sideline inbounds to De La Cruz, and the Vikings need to sprint down the floor quickly and get a basket here. De La Cruz using a lot of time with the clock. Lexi LePerry with 48 seconds, 22 seconds left on the clock. Gets the screen, looks towards the basket. Ball fakes, it's Sharifi, the straightaway 3, no go. Fighting for the ball, it's Grace Oakley. No, pardon me, it's Lexi LePerry. Full effort getting the O board. Another opportunity for the Vikings here. Off the dribble, De La Cruz drops it across. Extra pass, Oakley from the corner. No go. The collective breath held by both fans of DVC and Delta College. Now likely deliver the final blow here. 16 seconds, and the Vikings won't pressure, they won't foul. Likely just an opportunity to dribble out the ball for Delta College. One more opportunity, the triple from the corner. Offensive rebound, and it's Santos spun around, 2 seconds left. And I do not agree with that last shot. I think you run that clock out, but Gina Johnson, there's a reason there's bad blood between the coaching staffs here, and just a lot of just pride coming from both sides. So with that, the final 65-57. Late 3-point shooting for Delta College results in the win for Delta. DVC falling at 2-3 in Big 8 play, 12-5 on the year. The Mustangs going to 4-1 in Big 8 play in 14-3 on the year. I mean, all hats go off, man. This was a terrific game. In the first half, it was all Delta College as they secured 39 rebounds to the 26 of the Vikings. And the Vikings turn around here. They got a second push-up win in that second half. Able to really make a push in that third quarter, make it 50-45. And then just a few turnovers here and there, some timely buckets. A nice play by Janae Wells, being able to come into the game with some fresh legs and being able to get 6 very much needed points for Delta College. But in the end of it, the Vikings started to turn it over late. Delta College secured some deep 3 balls. And the Vikings fall 65-57 to the number 5 team in the state, the number 2 team in NorCal. And that puts an end to the first half of our doubleheader. So we got 40 more minutes of men's basketball coming up on the other side here. And that'll send us to our final. We'll give you some final scores here before we take the break, though. 4 points for Noah, 3 points for Moore, 12 points for Council. She is the leading scorer for San Joaquin Delta College. Janae Wells with her 6 points, 8 points for New. Santos has 3 points, 2 points for Nichols, 2 points for Brown, 10 points for Maya Cellini, 2 points for Akela Jones, and 8 points now, pardon me, it's actually 9 points for Kiera Manifold. All her baskets came from beyond the arc. On the other side for the Vikings, De La Cruz finishes with 9 points here. Lexi LaPerry with 9 points. Skylar Hendrick, 8 points. 19 points for Tegan Gaines, 8 points for Sharifi, and 4 points for Sky Parker. And that brings us to our final here for the first half of our doubleheader. Stick around. In about 30 minutes, we'll have the tip-off of our second game here on DVC Vikings Live. Once again, the final 65-57 here from the Palladium on Steve Coach-Emilio Court on DVC Vikings Live.
swinging away and socks this to deep left field. That is gone! Bryson Horn.
Where the pulse with the ball. It's a chest high step. He was down the middle of the field. He's going to throw the goal run. Has it in the middle. Intercepted. Intercepted, taking it down the far sideline. He steps out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. And that's how you cap the game up. Jabril White called game on his third interception of the evening.
Sierra Smith quickly worked around, feeding the hot hand. Jasmine got it! 3 threes for number 23.
He finds Edwards. Edwards needs to get the shot up. Pulls up a deep three. Able to knock it down.
The counter-attack. Here comes Carla Ramos forward, looking for Noelle Lemus. She's gotten by the last defender. Bounty comes out. Noelle drills the keeper. Lemus. And that is a DVC victory. The Vikings are champions of California.
Second half of our doubleheader, and the San Joaquin Delta College Mustangs men's team comes out to take on the DVC Vikings men's team. Identical in terms of records at 7-9 and 3-1 in Big 8 play. Both these teams looking to find their stride here in Big 8 competition. The main difference, though, DVC on a 3-game winning streak and Delta College on a 2-game winning streak. So let's start with the Mustangs of Delta College. They won against Modesto 76-69, and in the previous game beat Sierra College 69-61. And then they lost to Santa Rosa on January 3rd, 77-75, in that nail-biter. And then they won against Folsom Lake College 72-67. So they are 3-1 in their last 4 competitions. And in that last match against against Modesto College, it was a really tight half where neither team was really able to extend the lead past 2 possessions throughout the first 20 minutes of play. At the end of it, it was 32-30. But in the second half, Delta took advantage early on, and they just kept Modesto at an arm's distance throughout the majority of the second half. They took a double-digit lead throughout the midway point of that second half, I should say. And then, honestly, they just cruised through, held it all the way through. The difference in the game came down to rebounding and fouling. Delta, I mean, they're not really that great of a rebounding team. 71st out of 102 teams, averaging 33.6 rebounds per game. But they were able to get it done against Modesto College. 42-20. That was the differential. A plus 22 differential for Delta College against the Pirates of Modesto College. And on top of that, I mean, 11 extra free throw attempts by the way of Delta compared to Modesto College. I mean, I'm surprised that this game was even that close with all the opportunities to get extra shots at the basket with the extra free throws there. It's kind of misleading to see a final score of only 77-69 when you just dominate the rebounding that hard and you have that many free throw attempts. I mean, that's just me looking at the stats and really saying that, but yeah, it's an interesting differential between those stats and the final score. So Delta comes in, they're a pretty decent team scoring, averaging 75 points per game, but they're also giving up 74.6 points per game, so only a 0.8 margin between opposition scoring and team scoring. They're not that great of an outside shooting team at 30%, 68th in the 3C2A. But one thing they're pretty good at is really moving the ball around. I mean, the numbers don't necessarily show it, but we saw a lot of swing passes in that last game and a lot of long balls going and not necessarily turning it over too much against Modesto College. They did end up with 17 turnovers, so I mean, not the greatest of situations there. The person to watch out for the Mustangs will be Julian Brown. Since coming back in the last 2 games, he's been an absolute menace to opposition players. 24 points per game, 10 rebounds per game, coming off a 27-point performance with 10 rebounds against Modesto. So Julian Brown's definitely going to be somebody that we highlight in our during our starters. And on the other side for DVC, they come in 7-9, like I said before, on a 3-game winning streak. They beat Folsom Lake 70-60. They beat Modesto 73-56, and they absolutely just beat down on the Beavers of American River College 92-61 in that blowout victory. 3-1 in Big 8 play, and I mean, really the difference in this one for the Vikings has been they've been playing better outside defense. In their last 4 games, that includes the loss against the College of Sequoias, oppositions have been shooting 40%, 38% from beyond the arc, and averaging 38 rebounds per game with a -1 assist-to-turnover ratio. The Vikings, on the other end, shooting 42% from the field, 33% from beyond the arc, averaging 38 rebounds with a +2 assist-to-turnover differential. And I mean, not necessarily bad stats. You're coming out there, you're outperforming the other team. And I mean, even if you break down the skewers a little bit more, taking away the Sequoias loss, I mean, those numbers shoot up drastically. So DVC has held their last 4 opponents to an average of 63 points per game while scoring 76. So I mean, a lot of that has to do with the blowout against American River College. But I mean, really, it's just the Vikings are just turning a new page. They're not turning the ball over very much, averaging only 12.4 turnovers per game. That's 21st in the 3C2A, so a top 4th of a conference in that category. And more than anything, the Vikings are they're finding a groove with the players that they have on the floor, but they've been missing one of their key players in Cole Webster. Webster's played 11 games this season. He won't get the start today, but this will be his first game in the last 4 games. He had a knee injury and a busted up lip, and he was the leading blocker for the Vikings before that, so it just gives the Vikings a little more depth from their front court with some of their bigs. I mean, Michael Wood and Elijah Keys have been playing terrific for the Vikes so far. Michael Wood getting 3 double-doubles on the year. He had all those double-doubles, double digits in scoring in the last 3 games. I mean, Michael Wood's just been tremendous from the inside for the Vikings, and he even stepped out and shot some 3 balls last game, went 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. And I mean, what can you not say about Elijah Keys? Every single positive thing you could ever ask for. He hustles, he rebounds, he shoots well, he gets to the free throw line and finishes well. I mean, he's shooting 62% from the field this year. This is a guy that takes 7, 8, 9, 10 shots a game, and he's making 62% of those shots. I mean, it's just absolutely insane to see the efficiency in which Elijah Keys has been working out, especially the ability to set up his big man on the other side and Michael Wood with some of those assists. I mean, Elijah Keys has been doing a lot of great for the Vikings and bringing some more depth and Webster back into the game. His 11.5 points per game will definitely work to the advantage of the Vikings here. And I'm excited to see what he brings in store against the Mustangs here as the Vikings look to extend their winning streak to 4 and go to 4-1 in Big 8 play and then work ever so close to 500 on the year here. So with that, we'll take one more timeout and come back in just about a minute for starting lineups and our opening tip-off here on DVC Vikings Live. And we're back here on DVC Vikings Live. We'll get you the starting lineups. We'll start with the Mustangs of San Joaquin Delta College. They're led by 14th-year head coach Rich Risa, and he's going to be sending this lineup onto the floor. A 6'4 sophomore out of Georgie, the 190 guard. It's number 4, Julian Brown, averages 24 points per game and 10 rebounds per game. That double-double average in a short sample size of the last couple games against Sierra College and Modesto. At another guard, it's the 5'7", 160 sophomore from Central Catholic in Modesto. It's Dayton Magana. Magana's averaging 17 points per game. He was the leading scorer for Modesto before Julian Brown came back in. And he's coming off a nice game of 15 points with 5 rebounds and 4 assists as well. That game he did foul out of, so you got to factor that one in. He takes about 37% of the three-point attempts for this team, so when he's on the outside, expect him to be the one to shoot. At another guard, it'll be number 12, Andrew Galindo, the 6'2", 165 freshman from Lincoln High School in Stockton. I mean, he's a nice role player for this Delta team. Had 9 points in the last showing alongside 2 rebounds. Expect him to just be one of those glue pieces for this team. At a 4 now. It's number 13, Dominic Parasso. Parasso picking up an offer from Pacific University over in Oregon. The 6'6", 200-pound sophomore from St. Mary's in Stockton's averaging 13.3 points per game, also giving you 6.1 rebounds per game. He was the second leading rebounder, obviously, before Julian Brown came into the fold, and he's still a very good rebounder and can get it done inside and outside. Last but not least, it's number 15, Dominic Victor. So 2 Dominics playing here. The 6'6", 195 sophomore from Manteca High School in Manteca, giving you 11.4 points per game and 6.3 rebounds per game. The transfer from Howard University and Las Positas College last year. He will be a factor on the floor for the Mustangs. On the other side for the Vikings, 4th-year head coach Irv Anderson and the staff, Tion Connor and Adrian Muhammad. They're coming out in their suits today. Ever since they started putting on those suits, they've had good juju coming their way, so they're keeping the trend rocking. They'll start number 2, Kai Curry, the 5'10", 170 freshman from American Canyon, has been great for the Vikings in facilitating the ball, and he's just been so quick up and down the floor. At a second guard, it's number 5, Lorenzo Pardo, the 5'10", 170 sophomore from Heritage, has been a great outside shooter for the Vikings this year, and in the last game went 4 for 9 from beyond the arc, and he is a nice threat being able to stretch the floor, and he's a pest of a defender on the floor as well. Number 11, the other guard for the Vikings, 6'2", 185 sophomore, Ben Tejas. I mean, what can you not say about Ben Tejas? 20-point performance. I can't even tell you the number of 20-point performances he's had. He's number 2 in three-point shooting, number 21 in points per game. Ben Tejas is everything on offense for this team, and he's a darn good defender as well. 18.9 points per game, 45% from beyond the arc, and he's a 90% free throw shooter on top of all that. At another forward, Elijah Keys, I've talked about him already, 62% from the field. He gives you 7.8 points per game with 5 rebounds. He's just a great energy player, and the 6'4", 225 sophomore from De La Salle has been such a nice addition back into this team after leaving last year with the injury. And last but not least, it's number 20, Michael Wood, the 6'6", 205 freshman from Las Lomas. The center has been giving the Vikings 8 points per game, 6.3 rebounds per game, and in Big 8 play, nearly averaging a double-double, 11.5 points per game and 9.3 rebounds per game. And that brings us to the middle of the floor here. Michael Wood set to take on Dominic Victor in the middle. Vikings working right to left, and the tip is won by Delta College. They'll start going left to right as Magana has the ball crossing the midcourt stripe. He's wearing the black tops, black bottoms with the white and gold trim down the sides with the white numerals. And an inbounds pass over to Parasso now, flicking it over to Galindo as Galindo doesn't take the 3 instead. Steps back around. Now Julian Brown with 10 seconds has it. Drives straight to the hole, gets past the smaller defender, and the rebound inhaled by Keys. Pardo down the floor, cross-court pass. It was tipped, but Tejas was able to get it. He returns the favor to Pardo as Pardo steps into a mid-range jumper, and the first points of the night will come by the right arm of Lorenzo Pardo. Didn't settle for the 3, took the inside step, and the 15-footer's true for the sophomore guard from Heritage. Vikings putting on a 3-quarter court pressure here. Delta breaks it with just a second remaining. Magana dribbles with his right hand, works around the perimeter, fakes the handoff, and now he will flip it over to Victor. Left-handed dribble, Magana goes inside, kicks it out to the corner. It's Galindo not settling for a 3. Now the extra pass, Parasso needs to get the shot off. 2 seconds remaining, hook shot inside, finding the bottom of the net. Parasso at the last possible second threw the shot up, rimmed around a little bit, but finds the bottom of the net. On the other side, a block as Michael Wood tried to get Parasso to pump fake, and the block by Parasso will get a stop on the other side. An opportunity to take the lead now for Galindo. Pardon me, it was Magana who turns the ball over. Vikings pushing down the floor. And Ben Tejas had the ball stripped out from his hands. It was Julian Brown with the quick fingers knocking that one out of bounds. 2 all still are score at the 18:30 mark in the first half of play in the second half of a doubleheader. The trigger is Kai Curry. And the Vikings will settle with the 3 ball, and the hot shooting of the center continues for the Vikes. Michael Wood from the left wing nails down the triple. 5-2 our score here at the 18-16 minute mark. And the main ball handler in this unit is the sophomore out of Central Catholic, and Dayton Magana. Galindo now has the ball knocked away. The steal, Michael Wood picks it up. And a reach around as Galindo, pardon me, that is actually Parasso will be called for his first. Great activity, and the Vikings are really starting to put on the pressure in this early going. First foul of the game comes at the 18:03 minute mark. And then Baseline inbounds now for Kai Curry. Curry on the L of the Diablo Valley baseline logo. Scanning the floor. Throwing ahead, and it's to Michael Wood. 25 seconds left, and the Vikings will elect to call a play here with Kai Curry. Between the circles, between the legs with the dribble. Kai Curry probing, hands off, Tejas. Tejas, not much space there, and he whips it back around over to Pardo. To the corner. A nice right-handed shot off the mark. Keys with the offensive rebound. Goes up for the shot, but he's blocked by Victor. 15th block a year for Dominic Victor. Good opportunities by the Vikings here. And a stop on the other side, driving down the floor. Ben Tejas able to set his feet and draw the charge. Two fouls against Parasso in this early going. One defense, one offense, and I'll have to check out. Only playing 2 minutes and 30 seconds. In comes Jalen Lee, the 6'2", 185 sophomore from Venture Academy. But yeah, good defense on one side and even better defense on the other. Stepping into a deep three. Pardo a little off the mark. High flying with the rebound is Victor. Down the near side floor. Galindo threw it into a lane. Ben Tejas flies high to knock that ball away. Gets the steal. Tejas the extra pass, but it was tipped out of bounds. Last touched off of Delta. Vikings forcing a lot of steals here in this early going. Blocks on one side for Delta, steals on the other side for the Vikes. And now on the B of the Diablo Valley logo, it'll be Lorenzo Pardo actually stepping to the corner now. So from the sideline, inbounding it from the corner, it'll be Pardo. Curry works with 22 seconds. Dribble handoff. Pardo flips inside, and a foul on a reach-in. Julian Brown in disbelief.
Delta team foul.
One more foul, that's the third in this early going. 1 foul per minute for Delta College up to this point. Julian Brown still cannot believe he got called for that reach-in. And now the officials will talk and see if this is going to be a shooting foul or not. And it will be. Insult to injury for the Mustangs. The team wearing black will send Lorenzo Pardo to the free throw line, and he'll shoot the first free throws of the night.
Lorenzo Pardo makes
First free throw, nothing but net for Pardo. Pardo hasn't missed a free throw in Big 8 play, knocking on some wood right now. Second free throw rattles in as well. Lorenzo Pardo early scoring for the Vikes. He's got 4 points, leading the Vikes 7-2. Under 17 minutes to play here in the first half. Magana with the left-handed dribbles, trapped inside the corner. Able to pass it over to Victor, and a rotation goes to Brown. Brown from the right wing. Unable to fill the cup. Curry gets the board, and Curry will push. Gets to 15 feet out, and left it short. And Magana got the rebound, and a foul far away from the basket. The foul was called about 70 feet from the other side of the basket, as it'll be the first one on the Vikings here. It'll go against Kai Curry. And the whistle is pretty tight tonight. You got to factor that one in. You got to feel the vibe of the game and see how the officials are calling it. A very tight whistle throughout the first 3.5 minutes of play here. 5 seconds to break the timeline. It's Julian Brown bringing up the floor, defended by Michael Wood. Vikings in a man-to-man defense as Magana has the ball from the top of the key. Step back three-point shot. Rattles out. One-handed rebound for Keys. That's his third so far. Ben Tejas now scanning the floor, looking for a screen. Instead, a pass to Keys from the block. Keys pushing his way inside, elevates and finishes. Elijah Keys' first basket comes 16:06 on the clock. And a nice dominating move over Dominic Victor. 9-2 the score for the Vikes. 15:56 remaining as Magana will call the set from the right wing. Over to his big, it's Victor. Left-handed between the legs. Passes to Brown. Brown drives the baseline, gets the defender to flow. Throws it over the top. And you could almost call that one an assist. It was lobbed over. Victor got it and got the putback. DJ Evans comes into the game for the first time for the Vikes. Evans loses the ball, is able to tip it over to Tejas. Heads up play there, as it was not a travel in that situation. If he had come up and gotten the ball, it would have been a travel. No look pass. Keys with the patience, uses the glass. Elijah Keys back-to-back baskets for the Vikes, and it's 11-4 now, 15-13. Vinny Hurtado and Cole Webster to the scorer's table, and the Vikings nearly get a steal. Full flying effort, the slip and slide on the baseline as Tejas tried to come and get that ball. Elijah Keys will get a breather alongside Pardo. So for the Vikings, it'll be Vinny Hurtado, Cole Webster in for his first minutes of Big 8 play, joined alongside DJ Evans, Ben Tejas, and Michael Wood. A lot of size on the floor for the Vikings here, one of the bigger lineups that they can put out there, and a step out of bounds for San Joaquin Delta. Lorenzo Leonard comes into the game for the first time, and he steps out of bounds on that sideline. Cole Webster to bring it in. So it will be Jalen Lee, Lorenzo Leonard, who just turned the ball over. He is joined with Dominic Victor, Dayton Mangana, and a turnover on the Vikings there as Tejas was just trapped a little too closely out of bounds. And the last man on the floor is Elijah Malagmed. So a lot of rotational players in early on for Delta. 7 seconds to break the timeline. It looks like the Vikings will elect to bring it all the way back instead of pressuring the ball. DJ Evans, the main ball defender against Magana. Magana throws it inside over to Victor. Victor uses the other side of the basket, and a very nice move for Dominic Victor. Caught his man sleeping, crossed the basket, and gets the shot to drop. DJ Evans, no look pass over to Tejas. It's Webster from the corner. Webster fouled on the three-point attempt. And in his first minutes here in Big 8 play, Cole Webster will earn a trip to the free throw line. One of the last times we saw Cole Webster here at home was against the Las Positas College, where he had 24 points. A massive game, and I'm pretty sure he had a double-double in that one as well, if I'm not mistaken. And Webster having 3 opportunities for the free throw line now. First free throw fills the cup. Webster only a 65% free throw shooter, but obviously early on in the game when you're still got some fresh legs under you, higher percentage chance there. Second free throw rattles in. Vikings 13, Delta 6. Vikings forcing a bunch of steals in this early going, but 2 blocks by Delta College. And all 3 free throws find the bottom of the net. Cole Webster 3 for 3, and he extends the lead 14-6. Vikings leading by 8 after about 5 minutes and 30 seconds of play. Dayton Magana behind the back with the dribble. Drops it off over the baseline. Jalen Lee goes up, and he's swatted down. Held up in the air. Cole Webster gets another block, and that's a huge factor that the Vikings have been missing. Cole Webster inside with the defense. The feed goes to Michael Wood. And nice defense by Dominic Victor, making him leave it short. Victor calls for the ball. Mangana instead goes up himself. The scoop shot, man, a wild attempt from the right block as Mangana basically was turned away from the basket. But the first basket for the sophomore from Central Catholic is in, 14-8 now. That was a trick shot if I've ever seen it. You would think he's playing horse in that situation. Vinny Hurtado swings it around to DJ Evans. And now it's to Tejas, cutting down the floor, pulling up from 14 feet out, hit the back of the iron. And 2 different Delta players were going up for the ball, but Dominic Victor will come away with it. Magana down the far side of the floor. Vikings still playing that man-to-man defense. Elijah Keys trying to help out his teammates here as DJ Evans works through the screen. The swing over to Malamed. And now Jalen Lee driving inside, called for the travel. Jalen Lee in the matchup against the Vikings last year averaged 9 points per game and 8.5 rebounds. So he's been a quality player against the Vikings last year, but so far this year just hasn't really had many opportunities. Averaging 2.4 points per game and 2.2 rebounds per game. And called for his first turnover of the game here, 14-8. Vinny Hurtado over to Marshawn Smith, who checks in the game, wearing a sleeve around his right calf. Swings it over to Webster. Webster leaves it short in his 3-point attempt. Magana with the rebound. DJ Evans alongside Cole Webster, Marshawn Smith, who checked in for Michael Wood, Ben Tejas, and Vinny Hurtado. It's Julian Brown cutting inside. Man, Julian Brown, just such a good player inside of the paint here. Tejas drops to the ground and a travel in the process. 12:25 remaining in the first. DVC had an 8-point lead, but cutting it down to 4 is Delta College here, as Julian Brown has been a great catalyst in this early going. Connor Arnold will come in for the first time for Delta College, as Julian Brown will bring it across the floor. Julian Brown straight to the hole, tried to go behind the back of his defender here, and Pardo, very keen to the play, got the steal. Evans, the extra pass to the corner. Webster, another short ball. Vinny Hurtado flies in for the O board, assisting DJ Evans. Evans unable to find it from the left wing. A catalyst there on the other side for Vinny Hurtado as he just came down aggressively with that rebound. And now a stop and pop mid-range jumper as Connor Arnold gets his first basket. Pardo to Hurtado, and now Pardo driving the baseline. Cross-court passes to Webster. Webster, the travel. Couple possessions, a couple travels here for the Vikes here as they're ready to send in 2 more players.
The Vikes, it's 2. Kai Curry, also 0.
Kai Curry and Romeo Traylor come in for the Vikes. So it's those 2 plus Marshawn Smith, DJ Evans, and Lorenzo Pardo. On the other side, it's Julian Brown, Connor Arnold, with Andrew Galindo checking back into the game. Malamed's in there too, and last but not least, Dominic Victor. Julian Brown works around the defender, tongue sticking out of his mouth as he floats up, and he ties the game up at 14. It's been all Vikings early, but the last few possessions, Delta College with their reserves, and on top of that, Julian Brown have cut it down to a tied up game. 14 all here at the 11-16 minute mark here on DVC Vikings Live. A 6-0 run here by Delta College, and they tie it up 14 all at the 11-16 minute mark. Same players for both sides coming outside the timeout here. 4 fouls against Delta in the early going, 1 foul against the Vikings, the lone foul against Curry. Curry will swing it over to Pardo. Pardo, quick dribble, finds his man in the corner. Curry's not much of a 3-point shooter, however. And now they find Pardo back here. He leaves it short. DJ Evans, Johnny on the spot to pick it up, and Evans from low block right. Too strong with it. Traylor keeps it alive, and Traylor threw it off of Malamet. Wow. Oh no, he was stepped out of bounds before that. A very heads-up play by Romeo Traylor, though. He tried to save the ball, was cut in no man's land, had another man drifting with him, threw it off of Malamed. And unfortunately, he was just a little too far out of bounds. This is why you call him Mr. Chaos. He brings chaos every time on the floor, whether it be defensively or in these special situations. Romeo Traylor, such a fun player for this Vikings team. Connor Arnold will handle the ball now for Delta College. Over to Malamed, and now Julian Brown. One-on-one against Traylor. Passes to the outside, it's Malamed. Too short, ball's tipped up in the air, and Pardo comes away with it. Nice tip from Kai Curry to get to his teammate. And the entry pass over to Keys, and Keys is feasting in the paint here. 6 points now for Keys as he checks back in the game for the Vikes. Holding his left knee, he might have taken a knee to his knee in the process. The lead is 16-14 now for the Vikes. They left a man all alone. Malamed, too strong once more. And the Vikings just tipping the ball all around, and they're coming up with the rebound on the defensive side of the floor. Ben Tejas comes back into the game for the Vikes as well. It's Tejas alongside Curry, Pardo, Keys, and Romeo Traylor. Tejas with 11 seconds remaining. He'll dribble looking for a screen. Out to the corner, ball fake, bounce inside. Traylor gets it back. Traylor from the left wing. Traylor for 3! Romeo Traylor with the triple splash. 19-14. Just not panicking. Great execution by the Vikings there, getting the basket. Brown will hand it off over to Connor Arnold. Arnold spun around, flipping it over to the baseline now. And it's Dominic Victor. Victor, cross-court pass over to the corner. Third opportunity is still a no-go for Malamed. And we'll bring our special guest on the mic as soon as we get a stoppage in the play. Kai Curry content to call the play here on the edge of the DVC midcourt logo. Left-handed dribble between the legs, drifting over to the right wing now. 12 seconds left. Points ahead. Goes to Keys. Keys from 15 feet out. A little too strong. Rattle around the rim a couple different times, but Julian Brown comes up with another rebound. 19-14 still to score here. Delta tied it up at 14. DVC extending the lead off the triple from Romeo Traylor. A foul on the Vikings here, and that'll be the second. 4 on Delta, 2 on DVC. And let's bring on our guest now, as we have DVC women's basketball assistant coach Sam Garski join the broadcast for the first time. Sam, I know the result that you didn't want in the first half, but I mean a strong fighting effort from your team on the women's side there.
Yeah, you know, the girls had a lot of resilience, a lot of fight in them in the second half. That's all we can ask for. I know we fell a little bit short, but I think we gave a really good showing to the rest of the teams in the conference that we're starting to arrive. Absolutely.
It looked like you guys caught that second wing as the shot is missed by Julian Brown there. And yeah, it looked like you guys got that second win as Moselle Wilson is fouled in the process of spitting alongside the baseline. But yeah, finishing my point on the third attempt, you guys caught that second win. You really dragged it back in that third quarter. And then just late in that fourth, it was just a bunch of three balls dropping and just situations where you're contesting, but just really tough. But in this game right over here, we got a 19-14 lead for the Vikings men's side as Ben Tejas has the ball. Drops it off. Over to Kai Curry. The ball's still alive, diving on the ground. A full flight effort, and the Vikings come away with it with 14 seconds left. Mo Wilson inside over to Keys. Keys is doubled, has the ball knocked away. Magana got it. Pass goes ahead. Victor, another show and go. 6 points now for Dominic Victor. All of his baskets have been pretty. 19-16 now as Marshawn Smith comes to the scorer's table for the Vikes. Ben Tejas with a deep three. Oh, Ben Tejas, nothing but net. First basket for Ben comes at the 7:30 mark. Connor Arnold pestered by Kai Curry. Gets the switch with Mo Wilson on him now. Pushes out to the corner. The three-point shot off the mark. And that was a missed three by Galindo as the Vikings get the rebound. Step back, doesn't take the three instead. Returns it inside over to Keys. Johnny on the spot once more. No go for the three ball. The ball's still on the ground and Julian Brown able to pick it up. Terrific ball movement from the Vikings there, getting an opportunity. But on the other side, a three ball's tipped up, hit the top of the stanchion, and it'll go out of bounds. Last touched off of Delta. Yeah, the ball movement, or I guess the movement off the ball for Ben Tejas has been so good these last couple possessions with that first made three and then left it short in the second. But man, Ben Tejas, I mean, I think that's the biggest difference in his game from last year to this year, just being able to move off the ball so much better.
You know, Ben's ability to shoot from long distance creates a lot of opportunities for others. I'd like to see him get a couple more post touches to Michael Wood and Keys and kind of use Tejas as more of a threat so that they can't really have that weak side help to dig, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Marshawn Smith picks it up after fumbling for a moment, and from 15 out, Marshawn Smith elevates and gets his first points, 24-16.
I think something that gets lost a lot when you talk about basketball these days is the gravity. That's a term we use, the gravity that shooters can create for others, the ability to suck in the defenders around them, and to keep people at bay. You know, you have someone like Ben on the perimeter, and even Zoe, you know, been shooting great this year. When you have two shooters like that on the perimeter, it really allows the post to get more one-on-one opportunities because you can't have that weak side collapse.
And a smack to the face. I don't think the basket will count, though, as Julian Brown, talking about gravity, he's one of the players that really brings a lot of players with him when he cuts to the hole. But yeah, I think that was the biggest difference when we saw Marshawn Smith last game. Coming off that ankle injury, he's still fighting through it. I mean, couldn't really elevate the same way that he used to, so he had to adjust his game a little bit, realize that everybody's going to jump towards him. So in that situation, if 2-3 defenders are drawing to you, drop it off to your big, and Elijah Keys really was feasting off those passes.
Yeah, no, I think Marshawn used his playmaking ability last game to really showcase what he can do. You know, a lot of the time, a lot of guys will put pressure on themselves to try to force the issue, and Marshawn really took what the defense gave them and really made the opportunities out of it. They capitalized off it in that win.
And Julian Brown actually got the basket to count and capitalized on that and one there. So the Vikings have the 24-19 lead at the 35-minute mark as Michael Wood works with 9 seconds. Marshawn Smith, another mid-range jumper. And the Vikings are feeding Marshawn Smith as an offensive threat, shooting the ball this game. 2 nice little middies for Marshawn.
Let's see if the Vikings can get a nice little stop here and out to a run.
Man-to-man defense for the Vikes. 2-on-5. It's Kai Curry versus Magana. Out to the corner for Julian Brown. Doesn't settle for the 3. Marshawn Smith, a good on-ball defender, will force him to give it up. Connor Arnold from 15 feet from the baseline. Man, Connor Arnold has shown some nice little shooting ability there for the 5'10 freshman out of Calaveras Valley.
We call that great defense, but a better shot.
Yeah. Good offense will always trump good defense in this game that we love called basketball. Marshawn Smith has the big on him. 17-foot jumper, and left it short. An air ball from Marshawn. You can feel the frustration there from his glare.
I think Marshawn should probably use some ball fakes, get down into the basket, use that gravity we were talking about to have the weak side defender collapse and get Michael on some rolls at the basket.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Elijah Keys do it so effectively. We just got to chop it up, give him some pointers at halftime, right? 26-21.
It was only that easy.
Yeah, right. 4:38 remaining. Lorenzo Pardo will come back into the game. So it's Pardo, Wood, Marshawn Smith, Benteas, and Vinny Hurtado. A teardrop floater for Magana. And he's got 4 points now, and it's back down to a 3-point game with the Vikings the advantage, 26-23. Pardo left alone from the right wing. Couldn't punish Delta on the opportunity there. DJ Asa, one of the players off the bench, in for the first time for Delta. Nifty handles for Magana as Magana able to get Lorenzo Pardo reaching. So Lorenzo Pardo will pick up his first. It'll be an opportunity to possibly cut it down to 1 point for the 87% free throw shooter in Dayton Magana.
Dayton Magana to the line, 2 shots.
Yeah, Delta College falling behind. It seems like they're just going into patches. They lull to sleep a little bit. The Vikings put on a little bit of a lead, and they come back, and they bring it down to 1-2 possessions. Magana's first free throw is good, and some substitutions for the Vikes here as DJ Evans comes in for Marshawn Smith. Second free throw up and in for Magana. He's got 6 points now. 26-25 now our score. Vinny Hurtado to bring it up the floor. Left Pardo alone once more. Pardo from the left wing this time, and Lorenzo Pardo makes you pay. You're living on the razor's edge if you're leaving Lorenzo Pardo alone from the wing. Julian Brown spinning around midcourt. Now Dayton Magana from the corner will call the play. Over to his big, back over to Magana, driving the baseline. 10 seconds left to shoot. Shoots over 2 different defenders. Vinny Hurtado, a nice box out, being able to get that rebound. Leonard had the advantage of size over him. No look pass over to Pardo from the left wing. Oh, everything but the basket. Long rebound traced down by Brown. The lob, inside, two-handed slam. Every basket for Dominic Victor has been a beauty, and 2 of them have been off the assist of Julian Brown. 29-27. Webster and Curry to the scorer's table for the Vikes. Pardo pestered. It's over to Tejas, and Tejas double clutches, and he's fouled in the process. He'll send Benteas to the free throw line as Dominic Victor and Benteas look like they're doing a little jiu-jitsu there on the baseline.
Slight entanglement down low, but I think the Vikings defensively, those long shots, long opportunities, right? So if the Vikings are going to take those long three-pointers, you live with it, right? The open shots, the great shots.
Yeah.
But the guards, I think they need to come in, rebound, get those opportunities more, because Delta right now is grabbing them, pitching it across the court. They're really getting those transition buckets down the floor with a little bit of ease. Try to stifle them a little bit.
Especially in the situation where Delta College had 4 fouls in the first 4 or 5 minutes of play. Like, in that situation, you got to want to go inside and start to get in that bonus. And the Vikings 1 foul away from the bonus, as the first free throw for Ben Tejas is nothing but net. Tejas, one of the best free throw shooters on the team, at about 90%. Kai Curry will come in replacing Lorenzo Pardo, so some more ball handling on the floor for the Vikes here. Second attempt now for Tejas. Stepping to the line. black, gray, and red kicks on his feet, elevating for the second. And that stroke is just so pretty from Ben Tejas. 5 points now for Tejas. Cole Webster replacing Tejas after the free throw. So a big look on the floor with Webster and Wood on the floor. 4-point advantage for the Vikes here at the 250 mark. Magana, sweat glistening off his right arm, pushing it to the corner, an air ball. It was Asa airballing that ball. Vikings get it ahead. Mid-range jumper, DJ Evans, too strong. Webster came in fighting for the ball, but instead Victor inhales it. Julian Brown with 7 points in this early going, cutting straight to the hole, the reverse. Man, Julian Brown, you can see why in his 2 games this year, averaging 24 points per game and 10 rebounds. The man has every handle in the bag.
When you have a guard that size with that ability to not only play the 4 or the 5-man on your defense, but then take the guy off the dribble on offense, it causes a lot of issues. So I think the Vikings just need to do a better job at putting more ball pressure on him early, force him into an uncomfortable situation on the floor, maybe put him on his left hand instead of his right. I think they'll make the adjustment in the second half, but we'll see how it plays out in the rest of the first.
Evans missed the 3. Michael Wood came up for the O-board. He was tied up, and the Vikings get the ball via the possession arrow. And now Marshawn Smith replacing Vinny Hurtado, a very big lineup on the floor, one of the bigger lineups you can put on the floor for the Vikes. Left all alone, Michael Wood, another 3. Michael Wood's 2 baskets this game have been from deep ball. He is 4 for 7, I believe, or I'm doing quick math in my head. He's 4 for 5 in the last 2 games from deep.
Hand down, man down.
Vikings get a stop on the other side, and Kai Curry brings it up the floor inside of 2 minutes to play as the Vikings extend their lead 34-29. Marshawn Smith, pirouette from outside the arc, bullies his way inside, looking for help. Over the corner, it's Wood again. Michael Wood, a sharp shooter
from outside.
Tell me how many centers in the Big 8 are knocking down triples like that. Cole Webster gets a block on the other side. Wood fighting for the ball, tipped up in the air. DJ Evans touched it last.
I just imagine the look on Irv's face when they refer to Michael as a stretch big. I don't think he envisioned that going into the season.
I don't think so at all.
You got to take what you can get for them, right?
Absolutely. You know he has touch on the ball. He was a 3-sport athlete in high school, played quarterback as well. So you got to have touch if you're a QB. And Webster with a very strong rebound. Throwing ahead to Evans, now to Smith. Smith stops his dribble, finds Wood inside. Wood smacked in the face, got the basket, no foul though. And just like that, Michael Wood's the leading scorer for the Vikes with 11 points. Opens up a double-digit lead, 39-29 in the last 2 minutes. 1 minute to play here in the half. Keys and Tejas to the table. Drive, crash and pass, and he's called for it. Kai Curry set his feet. That's the second foul against Julian Brown here.
I think that goes in what we were talking about before, putting him in uncomfortable situations, right? He drove into the, obviously he likes to go downhill, right?
Yeah.
But when you have the help side defender come over like Kai Curry, and he got to the established spot first, it looked like Brown was unsure of himself. Do I want to go up? Do I want to pass? So I think those are the uncomfortable situations we're talking about putting him in. And that's just great defense by the Vikings. So I look forward to them putting a couple more uncomfortable situations for him down the stretch.
Yeah, Brown's one of those guys that can finish with both hands. He's pretty ambidextrous in the situation as Ben Tejas cutting to the hoop, getting another foul, going to the free throw line. So Vikings are in 1-1 territory at the 42nd mark here, but Ben Tejas in a shooting action will go to the free throw line to shoot to. But yeah, when you have a guy like that can really shoot from both hands, reverse it left and right, I mean, you got to get it before he can get to the ball. You got to get it while he's going downhill, push in front of him, and force him into these situations where he doesn't know if he wants to pass or really shoot. First free throw missed by Ben Tejas.
Ben is someone that we would call a very crafty player. Right, he won't blow you away with his athleticism, right? But it's the basketball IQ, his ability to read the defense. He sees he's being overplayed, he cuts back door, and like you talked about, the soft touch with both hands makes it next one stoppable when he goes up to the basket and gets that foul. You really expect the and one, but you know the soft touch is coming for both at the free throw line.
Vikings spring at 3-quarter court pressure. Delta able to break it with Arnold. Arnold losing the ball and a reach-in called against Curry.
Little
That'll be a
overzealous.
second.
Just a little overzealous by Kai, but someone like Kai who plays such aggressive defense and he does such a good job putting so much ball pressure on people. You'd want to see him get that trap, but not necessarily swipe. You know, contain and trap. Make him throw it across the middle of the court. That's an interception. Where it's a pick six, we're going the other way.
Yeah, controlled aggressiveness, I think, is the term that we use in that situation here. Magana to a rolling man. And another pretty flick to the hoop for Dominic Victor, man. 10 points for the big for Delta.
See if the Vikings realize there's one last shot. Nope, Michael took it.
And Michael knocks it down.
Who am I to say one last shot?
Yeah, right. 4 for 4 from beyond the arc for Michael Wood here, extending the lead 43-31. A deep three-point shot taken for Magana, and Michael Wood cleans up the glass to end the quarter. Or half.
Sorry, you were watching our game.
Exactly. Michael Wood, amazing. 14 points, and just the stretch 5.
Look, I called for the last shot. You know, in that situation, 19 seconds left.
I agree.
You're thinking any coach going, hey, let's get the last shot. Michael said, you know what? I'm 3 for 3.
I'm on a heater.
Rolling.
Yeah.
You're not going to step up. Hand down, man down. Let's live with it. And the Vikings lived with it, and bottom of the net.
Bottom of the net, nothing but net, perfect swish.
You know, I think the Vikings right now are doing a really good job at just finding the open man. A lot of people want to make basketball seem a lot more complicated than what it is, right? Basketball's pretty simple. Find the open man.
Yep.
For me, good shots, quality shots, right? Are you open? If you're open, shoot it. It shouldn't matter who it is. It looks like the Vikings have 5 guys on the floor who they trust to shoot those long-range distance shots. So unless Delta can make an adjustment in the second half and close out on the shooters and make them put it on the ground, I don't see why Michael and I would even say Romeo and all the other stretch bigs don't decide to say, hey, let's just let it go.
You play the hand you're dealt, and that's exactly what the Vikings been doing. They've rotated well. They found the man outside, and I mean, if you're just going to set up a soft zone, a soft man-to-man, and leave a guy open like that, expect to pay the price, and that's exactly what the Vikings have made Delta do here. So let's get you some scores from the first half. Julian Brown, the second leading scorer for the Mustangs. He's got 9 points. Magana has 6 points alongside Parasso's 2 points. 4 points for Connor Arnold, and Dominic Victor, the leading scorer for the Mustangs, with 10 points. I mean, it's been a big show. Victor's one of those guys, played at the Division I level over at Howard, was over at Las Positas College the year previous. A freak athlete. If you're a Division I basketball player, you're going to be a freak athlete, and that's what we've seen him do. He's flown down the floor. He's got some nice lobs inside, some good assists, some great ball fakes. I mean, Victor's the guy that you need to stop here in the second half for the Vikings.
When you have one of those athletes, right, you play at the Division I level, it's just a different pace of the game.
Yeah.
You know, I think, Marshawn, I know I think he didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he was someone who could play at that level. I think a lot of our guys can play at the level, but when you play against someone who played at the level for about a year, the JUCO level, it's intense,
down,
but it slows down for guys like that. So I think for him, it's a good fuel of the game. I think the Vikings just need to take away the rollers of the baskets.
Yeah.
I look for a big second half with the Delta Mustangs, with their ability to get to the basket, slow up the game. We like to call it muck it up, make it ugly. You know, slow the game down, go to the free throw line, see if you can get some of these guys into foul troubles. And if you can get Wood out the game, not only do you use a stretch big, but he is one of the taller players on the team.
Yeah, 6'6". The only player taller is Cole Webster at 6'8". And so one thing to note as well, Michael Wood obviously on fire from beyond the arc. He's 4 for 4 shooting the 3-ball. But a guy that's prone to fouling, he's got 0 fouls throughout this early going. So Michael Wood playing clean basketball and really just helping the Vikings here. So we'll give you the scores for the Vikings here. Michael Wood, the leading scorer of the game, the leading scorer for the Vikings with 14 points. He joins Romeo Trailers, 3. 4 points for Marshawn Smith on those 2 nice mid-range jumper. Cole Webster has 3 points, all of them coming from the free throw line. He's had a lot of opportunities himself to shoot the 3-ball, but at the about 2-minute mark, he actually came out of the game, was holding his knee. That's the same knee that was injured, so you got to factor that one in and see if he's able to continue to fight back from it. Obviously, coming back from injury, that's a tough situation. Lorenzo Pardo has capitalized on his opportunities from beyond the arc. He's got 7 points. Ben Tejas with 6 points, and the last man, Elijah Keys. So for the Vikings there, it's been kind of a tale of two worlds. It's Cole Webster and Michael Wood shooting the outside ball from the 4-5 position, and then it's Elijah Keys doing the dirty work, going inside and just just making them pay. There's been so many times where Elijah Keys has just let 2-3 men fly by him and said, hey, if you're going to make it this easy, I'm going to make you pay for it every single time. If the game gets mucked up, I expect to see a lot more of Keys dominating inside the paint.
And I think that's what the Vikings have to do. You have to expect the adjustments are going to come. Now, whether those adjustments work or not, we'll see. Regardless, Delta will make those adjustments on the perimeter. I think the Vikings need to take advantage of the back door. I think they need to take advantage of even sending, let's say, Keys, who has a pretty shot from the free throw line, send him to the high post.
Yeah.
Turn and face, take the shot. If it's there, shot fake. Once you get a couple of those shots to go down, right, and you can extend out the inside presence of those Mustang players down low, shot fake, go by. Get the and one, come to a jump stop, spin back. I mean, I think DVC will do a good job at adjusting to the adjustments made by Delta. I just look forward to, like you said, if it becomes one of those uglier games, it becomes the battle of who can rebound. Right? Possessions become very important, and I think the biggest thing for the Vikings is, regardless of who takes the shot, even if it is Michael, say to Michael, I expect the shot going, but just in case it doesn't, I'll be down there to get that rebound and clean it up for you.
And that brings us to a halftime break. 10 minutes left in this halftime break, and we'll take it here on DVC Vikings Live. 43-31. DVC with the 12-point advantage with after the first 20 minutes of play. Remember, folks, the 10th annual poker tournament coming up on February 3rd. That's at the DVC HSF building. 21 and up, $40 to attend, $75 to play, $20 rebuys. First place gets $500, second place gets $250, third place gets $200. It's a ton of fun. It's one of the best fundraisers around here. Happy hour starts 5:30 to 6, and then the tournament goes on 6 to 10 p.m. Go to eventbrite.com and search DVC Poker for more information. We'd love to see you there on February 3rd. That's a Saturday. You've got no excuses of what's going on. Come and have some fun with some of your favorite people from DVC Athletics.
Tournament goes from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
And just as I say that, we got another read. So a second reminder to go to eventbrite.com and search up DVC Poker by the golden voice of John Brown. I'm so happy to have him back after missing the last few games with the sickness. The legendary Hall of Famer for the Vikes here sets us up. 43-31 score with 20 minutes remaining in this game. Vikings with a very nice closeout to the first half. And we've got a baby doing some gymnastics to the right of us here. That's setting the tone. It'll be Keys, Wood, Tellez, Curry, and Pardo to start for the Vikings. And the inbounds man will be Galindo. He'll whip it over to Magana, and the other players on the floor will be Parasso. Trying to get a number there. Victor and Brown. Working right to left, black tops, black bottoms with the yellow and white trim. That is what Delta College is rocking tonight. Brown in the corner, driving the baseline. Scans around, finds a man wide open, and dribbles around the rim. Dominic Victor gets the first basket. At the halftime break, Magana, I heard him talking over to Victor saying, hey, this is where I want you to be. Sometimes when you roll too deep, that's the situation where we get in trouble and it's hard to pass it to you. Taking advantage there. Kai slips to the ground now. That was a tough foul there. The officials have been calling a very tight whistle tonight. And that trend will continue here in the second half of play. Slipping to the ground was Curry, and Mangano will pick up his second. A 30-second timeout, and let's keep it here. So, some of those adjustments we were talking about, we heard them talk about in the halftime break. Just rolling to the basket and really starting to try to dominate the paint and muck the game up.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, right? So we said Delta's probably going to try to go to the paint a little bit more, try to get the little foul troubles with Wood, Keys, etc., the posts of the bigs for the Vikes. I think it's going to keep happening the whole game. You're going to see multiple cuts, cut after cut. So look for the first one to be more of like a ghost cut. It's going to be to set up the second guy trailing off of him. So the first one, see how much gravity you can grab. The second one, that's when you need to put your hands up, set your feet, take the charge, contest, live with it.
Back in the floor. About 40 seconds played before the first foul and a timeout taken by DVC here, setting up a play. Lobbing head is Kai Curry to Pardo. Pardo with the assist, and Tellez from 15 feet out. That's only his second made basket of the game. 8 points for Tellez. 12-point lead for the Vikings as Magana nearly loses the handle, able to retain it. Man-to-man defense as Pardo works in front of him. The step back, the 18-footer, the straightaway left short. Another board brought in by Keys. Keys upwards of 5 rebounds in this early going. Perimeter action will set up Keys rolling to the hoop. And Elijah Keys, a nice finish inside. Julian Brown continues to dribble and will force a timeout out of the pocket of Delta College here. And let's take this timeout, however. So 47-33 the score here as the Vikings build on their advantage from the halftime break. And at the 18:35-minute mark, a timeout by Delta College, and it's a full timeout. We'll take it here on DVC Vikings Live. Magana to inbound it right in front of us mid-court. And Nice little jumping jack drill by Lorenzo Pardo. Kicks it out of bounds, and another opportunity to inbound it now. Smaller lineup on the floor for the Vikings here. And it's both the guards stand 5'10" and under. Inbounds pass will go over to Julian Brown, and he's pestered by Kai Curry. Eyes on the ball. It's like a dog going after that ball. You can just see it. Victor hands back off over to Brown. Pushing it to Parasso. Pump fake from Parasso. Cutting inside. Out to the left wing. Doesn't settle for a three. Instead, Magana goes up with a floater. Offensive rebound by Victor. And Victor with a reverse. 14 points now. He ties up Michael Wood as the leading scorer of the game. Marshawn Smith to the scorer's table as Michael Wood has it from the baseline. Eyes are down the floor, not even looking towards the basket. 15 seconds left. It's Tejas to Keys. And the extra pass over to Michael Wood, and Michael Wood's got 16, now the leading scorer. You got to hold your breath for a second as the Vikings just get a little pass happy, but it ends up in an exclamation point for Michael Wood. Tied up underneath the basket. Terrific trap and the steal by the Vikings. Trying to throw ahead was Curry. Getting inside the passing lanes, Mangana.
I do love Kai. You know, in the past, we've seen it, right? We've seen it in the home games, seen it in the Lakers. When Curry pushes it up the floor, it creates a lot of opportunities for the Vikes. So I would love to see Curry do what he does right there. Push it up the floor. Push the pace of the game and make Delta have to get back on their heels.
One thing I love about Curry pushing up the floor, he does it in the blink of an eye, and then he dribbles so low to the ground, you actually see a few defenders get, like, they lose him in their tracks. It's just like he's hiding and using his smaller stature as an advantage.
I don't even know how we track this, but he might be the fastest player.
Oh, absolutely.
In the state of California for men's JUCO.
The extra pass from Marshawn Smith, the pirouette, and the basket. 18 points, Michael Wood.
The career night for Wood continues here in the second half for the Vikings.
1 point away from his career high, 19 points against LMC. He's already at 18, and there's only been 23 minutes played. The extra shovel, too strong. Gets his own rebound as Parasso, however. Brown, downhill, high off the glass. Too strong, another board, Michael Wood. Marshawn Smith, over to Kai. And with 20 seconds left, Kai will call it. Driving to the hole, Marshawn Smith. Now back over to Wood. Marshawn cutting one again, and the scoop shot on the foul. That's just the way that the game's been called. The one thing I will say, it doesn't matter if it's a tight whistle or a loose whistle, as long as it's consistent, that's what you're looking for.
That's all you can ask. You know, you're going to have calls that frustrate you. You're going to have calls that go your way. The only thing you can do is continue to go on to the next play.
And it'll send Marshawn Smith, the 50% free throw shooter, to the free throw line. And I mean, with the way that Marshawn Smith has been playing, I mean, he's just been he's looked like a guard more so than a forward here as the first free throw rattles in. I was going to say, if you're going to play like a guard, you got to shoot like a guard, and from the free throw line, you got to knock it in. Able to knock down the first.
I would like to see the Vikes use a little bit more of the perimeter shooting. I think right now you see four guys flared out and Wood on these rolls. You can take advantage of the fact they're sending two at Wood on every roll.
And Michael Wood gets the offensive rebound off the missed basket, and Ben Tejas trying to stretch the floor, misses the three ball. Parasso with the board. Magana down the near side of the floor, fling it over to Parasso, and now Connor Arnold, a good offensive player in the first half, comes back in the game. A double on the ball handler. Arnold gets it back. No look pass over the left wing. It's Leonard inside. Leonard kiss off the glass. It's his first basket here. And a timeout on the floor as well. I believe it will be against DVC this time around. 52-37. 15:59 remaining here. And it's a 30-second timeout. We'll take it as well here on DVC Vikings Live. So it was actually a Delta timeout on the other side. And Sam, what were you just saying?
So that's the third timeout we've seen by both teams in the first, let's say, 4 minutes of the game. It looks like it's the battle of the adjustment game we were talking about. I'm not sure what Delta saw since they scored out of it. Maybe they're going to make an adjustment towards the Vikings' offensive opportunities they've been seeing.
Yeah, if you want to win a basketball game while you're down, you're going to have to get stops. That's just a matter of fact. And now bringing a three-quarter court pressure here. Vikings easily break it with Pardo, but Pardo nearly turns it over. Michael Wood steps back in the corner for three. Too strong. Smith will be called for the foul as Arnold is knocked down at the end of the play, and that is a heat check if I've ever seen one.
It took words right out of my mouth. We call that a heat check, and you can't blame the guy. I think he was, what, 4 for 4?
Oh, yeah, he was 4 for 4. You live and you learn. 2 fouls against Delta, 1 foul against the Vikings here. 15:45 remaining, and the Vikings are going to go to three-quarter court pressure here. Crossing the timeline with 2 seconds remaining. Arnold's trapped inside that coffin corner. Ball's popped up in the air. Flying high to get it is Parasso. No look pass, and it's turnover. Tejas over to Curry. Curry to the hole, fills the cup. First basket for Kai. Curry comes flying through the sky to put it down.
An underrated part of Ben's game is his ability to play make. I don't think he gets enough talk about his ability to create for others.
17-point advantage for the Vikes, and a block on top of everything for Michael Wood.
Evans, 31 and 12.
This is something that the Vikings do quite a lot. They send either full line shifts or they send 3 different rotational pieces in. So it'll be Curry, who is caught sleeping there as Parasso picks up his second basket. Heads up play by Magana, who is the inbounds man. 54-39, but like I was saying before, the Vikings send in 3 new units. It's Curry, Vinny Hurtado, as Curry nearly turns the ball over. Ball still live on the ground. Magana picks it up. It's a 2-on-1. Magana, the extra pass, the foul, but didn't get to drop. Dominic Parasso was looking to capitalize on another opportunity at a lazy play by the Vikings there, and he's shaken up at the end of the play. He'll hobble to the free throw line to shoot 2. So it'll be DJ Evans' first foul here for the sophomore from Oakland, California. And let me finish the point that I was just talking about as we get 2 shots by Dominic Parasso, the 76% free throw shooter. Keys, Marshawn Smith, DJ Evans, who just comes back into the game and picks up the foul. Kai Curry and Vinny Hurtado on the floor. As the first free throw for Parasso is in, he's got 5 points. And some more substitutions as well, as Marshawn Smith will come out, Traylor will come back in, and I think we're going to get another timeout?
Another one.
Oh my goodness.
Called by the Vikings.
The Vikings with the 14-point advantage here, and they will take a full timeout. So let's actually just keep it here because we got a lot to break down here. What adjustments are they making, Sam?
I mean, as we talked about before the half, before it ended and at halftime, the Mustangs' ability to get into the paint is causing issues for the Vikings' low men. You see, I believe, I don't want to get his name wrong, Magana? You see Magana getting into the basket at will. I think his scoring ability is causing issues because they don't know whether to play the pass or to play his ability to get going. So I would like them to actually see him try to go amongst the trees, make him put that tough shot up, go underneath, take away the dump down, and make him put up a tough one over the top of the Vikings' length.
So how do you go about actually executing that, though? Do you have to keep 2 bigs closer into the hoop, or, like, give me that breakdown?
So what you really want to do is you really want to, in an all perfect world, you want to keep him out of the paint. But his ability to get to the paint, you have to live with the fact he's going to get in there more often than not. So what we try to do is keep your hands high, keep it off the waist. Referees, they love to call the fouls on the waist, and they should. It's an easy call to make. Keep your hands high. On our team, we call it moose antlers, Mickey Mouse ears. Keep them up high. Keep him up high. Because of his lack of size, make him finish over you. If I don't know what he's listed at.
He's listed at 5'7", and
if he's going to make it over you at 5'7", you live with that more often than not.
Absolutely, and he's proven to be a great scorer for this San Joaquin Delta team as the second free throw hits off the back of the iron, floats up high, and Parasso able to knock down both of the free throws, and he'll be taken to the bench and likely go see a trainer here as he was shaken up at the end of the play. In comes Jalen Lee, who replaces him. Vikings with Traylor, Hurtado, Mo Wilson, DJ Evans, and Elijah Keys on the floor. Second unit for the day. Of course, all these players have started at some point or another. 15 seconds left. Mo Wilson shovels over to DJ Evans. The crossover returns it back to Mo Wilson with 10 seconds. Mo Wilson, heavy jump inside, right-handed shot, and another foul. And Mo Wilson, the 75% free throw shooter in Big 8 play, will get his first trip to the line in this game. Opportunity to get his first points. Third foul against Magana as well. Nothing but net for the 5'11" freshman. Yeah, I love Mo Wilson's game so much. He is a point guard. I really call him the little big man. He plays honestly like Gary Payton II for the Warriors as both of the free throws go in. He finds his way inside of the paint and then gets the dump-off passes like you almost lose him behind the bigs.
I've told Mo since summertime the player he reminds me of is Rondo.
Oh.
Short player, long arms, great passing ability, and what you spoke about, his ability to finish at the rim and get there at will. His ability to offensive rebound his own putbacks. It causes problems for a lot of teams against him, and how do you scout against that?
Leonard got the basket. Hurtado steps out of bounds. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to scout against that, especially when he's a guy that, like, sometimes he plays 30 minutes, sometimes he plays 5. It's one of those situations where you don't know where you're going to get, and because the Vikings roster is so deep, they can just show you so many different looks.
Right now, the Vikings basically have 2 point guards on the floor. You have Vinny Hurtado and you have Mo. So it causes more problems with Delta because either one of them can bring it up the floor. They know all the plays, where everybody should be, and it is like having 2 point guards all on the floor at once.
Absolutely. And Ben Tejas comes into the game replacing Romeo Traylor. Some more scoring on the floor as Magana fires away a deep 3-point shot. Left it short, tipped up in the air. Mo Wilson gets the ricochet off of the fingertips of Keys. And Mo Wilson going straight to the hole. Mo Wilson double clutches. Offensive foul. Great job by Arnold getting inside of that passing lane. And, I mean, that's just the way that the ball has been going today.
For Delta, I'd like to see Magana get easier looks. His ability to score, we know it. We've seen it. He can do it. But creating those easier opportunities for himself to put his team in a better position, I think, would be something to look forward to in the second half if they take another timeout, which we believe they will.
You only have so many in your pocket that you got to factor that one in. Vikings put on a half-court press. Able to break it now. Over to Brown. Brown doesn't settle for a 3, instead driving inside. And I believe a foul will be called on the floor.
No basket.
Foul will be called on the floor. Let's see who they call it on. I believe it's going to go against Mo Wilson in his second in consecutive plays. Yeah, Julian Brown hasn't necessarily been a point of emphasis here in the second half, but once he starts going downhill, you got to factor that in as well. Magana in the corner. DJ Evans is defending him. Forces him to dribble inside. Returns the ball around the perimeter. Leonard kicks back to Arnold, and Arnold traveled. And I'm going to repeat this because it's my favorite line in all of basketball. John Brown, too much cha-cha, and a turnover. That's one thing I will steal and always give credit to every time. Too much cha-cha. 3 players to the scorer's table for the Vikings as Mo Wilson able to break the press. Extra pass over to Vinny Hurtado, and the Vikings with 15 seconds will have to back it out and call a play. Coach Connors screaming from the bench. Left-handed dribble. Inside, dribbles into a double team. Scanning the floor, finds Tejas inside the corner. Tejas spins around. Another 360, a mid-range J, tipped up, no go. Magana with the board. Magana 1-on-3, loses the handle from the block. A foul. DVC got there on defense, but just the craftiness and the handles of Magana being able to get inside of the trees and has an opportunity to cut this one down to 11. The Vikings led by 17 at one point, but in this last couple minutes since one of those many timeouts, they've made those adjustments and they've been cutting into the Vikings lead as the first free throw is up and in. Magana now has 7 points.
I think that play in itself really shows what we spoke to in the first half, the difference of pace and speed. Magana playing at that higher level, it showed in that instance, his ability to push the ball up the floor and see and get back on defense before they could set themselves up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going on in that situation as the second free throw is up and in, filling the cup. Magana now has 8 points. A bunch of different scores getting close to double digits for Delta College and a rotation on the floor for the Vikes as well. It'll be Tejas alongside Curry, Pardo, Michael Wood, and running the baseline looking for a man. Inbounds it over to Michael Woods was Tejas, and the last man on the floor is Elijah Keys. Cole Webster still has not checked into the game. I don't even see him on the floor here, so maybe that knee activated again. Flying to the hole, everything but the basket there for Ben Tejas. He left it short. Push ahead to Malamed, who comes into the game for Delta College. Galindo from the corner, left it short. Curry down the floor, and he'll take a breather here as Marshawn Smith comes to the scorer's table. That's a 12-minute mark. 16 seconds remaining. Stops his dribble, uncalled for the travel. Just scooted that pivot foot.
One thing to take note is how long will Delta leave Magana on the bench. I really look to see Julian Brown really capitalize in this time and put a lot of the pressure on his shoulders. His ability to get downhill is causing issues, so look for those kickouts to the corners for the threes for the Mustangs.
You got to hit those threes because Delta just really hasn't been shooting that well from beyond the arc, even when they've had good-looking opportunities. And Julian Brown, just as you called for, a touch foul against Marshawn Smith. That'll be his second. And that'll be, I believe that'll be the 6th on the Vikings. So 1 away for the single bonus now. 3 fouls against Delta, 6 fouls against the Vikings at the 11:38-minute mark. Arnold to Galindo. Back to the basket, passes to the left wing. A 3-ball up, out. Julian Brown with the rebound after the missed shot by Malamed. And the turnaround from 12 feet out. Hits the back of the net, or back of the rim, the front of the rim. And Julian Brown is now in double digits with 11 points. And cutting the Vikings lead down to 9. Extra pass, the gravity of Marshawn Smith setting up Michael Wood. And a new career high for Michael Wood, 20 points.
Beautiful pass by Marshawn. Sees the help side defender, steps up, reads it perfectly, and dumps it off to a cutting Wood.
And a two-handed slam as Victor gets his 16th point as well. Marshawn tried to make it back on defense. And the long flowing dreads of Victor flying through the sky to put it down, and it's a 9-point game. 58 DVC, 49 Delta at the 11:03-minute mark here. And this battle to get to 4-1 in Big 8 play on DVC Vikings Live. So we'll see the lineup on the other side here, but something we were talking about during the break, Sam, you were talking about how Magana's been sitting for this little segment where Delta's been cutting in the league of the Vikings. So if Magana will come in, he'll be well rested, and I mean, it's a dangerous situation.
It was a little bit of a gamble by Delta. Let's take out one of our best players, let him rest. Can they keep the score at what it is, or can they cut into the lead? And they've shown they can cut it into the lead. So I expect with about 9 minutes to go, Magana come in the game, and it's going to be a tough one.
Curry loses the handle, able to get it back as he feeds over to Tejas. Offensive rebound by Keys, and Keys is going to go to work. Has the ball knocked away. Good steal by Galindo, and Galindo working the 2-on-3. And a foul called against Curry there. He tried to get his feet set in time, but unable to get the stop there. That'll be the 7th on the Vikings. And it'll be a 1-and-1 opportunity for the 100% free throw shooter in Galindo. So let's see if the streak will continue. So on the floor, it's Marshawn Smith, Elijah Keys as the officials clean up a wet spot on the floor. Michael Wood, who's had a new career high today, alongside Kai Curry and Ben Tejas. On the other side, it'll be Julian Brown with Dominic Parasso, Malamed into the game with Arnold, and the free throw shooter making his first is Andrew Galindo, the freshman from Lincoln in Stockton. First points for Galindo here. Second free throw, rattles out.
1 of 2 for Andrew.
And I believe this might be a lane violation on the Vikings.
Lane violation.
A lane violation on the Vikes will give another opportunity to Galindo to shoot it. Sam, does that count as a missed free throw during a lane violation?
No.
So, because it's not a missed free throw, he continues to be perfect. So,
No commentator curse this time.
yeah, not at all. I tried to use my powers for evil in that situation, and I paid for it, right? 7-point lead now for the Vikings here as Delta has fought back. Magana to the scorer's table. And the ball out of bounds. Marshawn Smith trying to run to the hole, left it short. And now this is where you're in dangerous territory. Dominic Victor coming back into the game, getting a little bit of a breather alongside Dayton Magana. So you have a bunch of guys in double figures averaging here. And Julian Brown will actually go to the bench now. So it'll be Parasso with Dominic Victor, Magana with Arnold, and Galindo. Kai Curry to inbound it. Threw it right to Galindo. I mean, I don't know what he's looking at in that situation. Keys working down the floor. The extra pass behind the basket. And Galindo gets his first basket 10 minutes into the second half. And the Vikings lead continues to dribble. 5-point lead now. Delta trying to fight all the way back here as Lorenzo Pardo comes to the table for the Vikes to check in a moment. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Vikings select to use a lot of that clock. Benteas flashes to the corner. Gets one defender to miss, and that's the shooter's bouncer. I guess you can call it the shooter's roll. Benteas in double digits now after the beautiful three-point shot from the corner. That's what the doctor called for. Arnold over to Parasso, and Parasso answers the call. First three-pointer for him. 9 points now for Parasso, and the Vikings can't build on that lead. Off the dribble, Kai Curry puts himself alongside the left wing, has the ball knocked away, the steal by Magana. Tejas reaches towards the ball, and Tejas is going to be called for a foul, sending Magana to the free throw line. Ben Tejas picks up his second. Downhill, quick with the dribble, and that's what's going to happen. Terrific coast-to-coast play.
In one of the best lines in basketball, if you reach, you teach, and Magana taught.
You looked at me like I was supposed to finish that one. It was right on the tip of my tongue, but you got there in time.
It's all right. We pick each other up. It's teamwork.
Yeah, there you go. There's no I in team. But there is the front end of a 1-and-1 for Magana. He's 5 for 5 from the free throw line. Just a terrific free throw shooter. Second one, nothing but net as well. 10 points now for Magana. Julian Brown checks back into the game, so basically every player on the floor is averaging nearly 10 points a game now, so you got your best scorers on the floor alongside Allen, who's had a nice game. Pardo left alone from the left wing, rattles out. Flying high for the board is Julian Brown, and Julian Brown will push. Marshawn Smith, a good on-ball defender, pestering him in the man-to-man. Tapping his head with the bunny ears is one of the assistant coaches, as the main ball handler here will be Arnold. And Parasso with the scoop shot. Ball was knocked out of bounds off the fingertips of Parasso, so let's call it a rebound and a knock out of bounds. So another rebound for Michael Wood there.
The Vikings have gotten away from Wood. I'm not sure if that was out of design by Delta taking him away or just the lack of looking for Wood, but I look for the Vikes to get Wood involved here in the second half down the stretch.
I think that's exactly what it is. Delta has just done such a good job pestering Wood and not really giving him that free space that he's gotten in the first half. It's a 3-point lead now for the Vikes here as Delta trying to fight their way all the way back into this one. High flying, Marshawn Smith gets the late whistle. The official underneath the basket didn't call it, but the official from the sideline called it, and it'll send Marshawn Smith to the free throw line.
Delta team foul number 4.
But you got to factor this one in as well. Delta hasn't been fouling in this situation, so the Vikings with 8 fouls and Delta in the single bonus, and only 4 fouls on Delta here. It'll be the second against Dominic Victor. And everything about Marshawn Smith's game as of late has been almost guard-centric, man. His shootings look better. His assisting has looked better. Just wait until he gets that ankle healthy again, and he's able to really just put the whole entire repertoire together. Misses the second as he splits the pair.
You know, I think piggybacking off of that, sometimes injuries can be your best friend, and I think in this regard, Marshawn having an injury to his ankle, it's caused him to slow the game down. And I think because of that inability to push off and really just go at a fast pace, he's learned to slow down, read the defense, and set up his teammates.
And this is a not great situation to be in for the Vikings here. Elijah Keys fouls about 90 feet away from the basket off of the free throw here. So because of the 1-on-1 situation, you're going to send Dominic Parasso, who's a 77% free throw shooter, to the free throw line to shoot a 1-on-1. He got a 4-point lead, but Delta keeps fighting back into it. And Dominic Parasso into double digits as well now with 10 points. It's been a tale of two halves. The Vikings had a dominant performance in the first half. They built up a 15-plus point lead. But now, after a ton of foul troubles by the Vikings, turnovers here and there, penetration from Delta, that's a 2-point lead for the Vikes as Delta trying to storm all the way back into this one. Lorenzo Pardo over to Evans, doesn't settle for a three, instead he refers back to Marchand. Marchand trying to work Julian Brown off the dribble, spins his way inside the block, drops it off over to Curry. Curry underneath the basket, through the trees, finds Wood. Wood leaves it short, gets his own rebound, pump fakes, leaves it short once more. Last touch off of Delta. Wood, great activity underneath the basket, fighting for it. That's 100% heart and effort there. The one thing I will say is, you got a man wide open in the corner, you got to leave it to DJ Evans, but I think you just get into that one-track mindset of get the ball, score the ball, get the ball, score the ball. But the Vikings will live to fight another day.
Like you said, you love the effort from Michael, but it's the court awareness of seeing the open player in the corner to make life a little easier.
Smith shoves the defender by, and Marchand Smith with 8 points now. Nice aggressive move to the hole as he shakes out his right ankle just a little bit. 4-point lead now for the Vikings as they get a little bit of breathing room inside of 7:32 to play. Magana behind the back, fancy dribble, fouled. And with that, it'll send Magana to the free throw line to shoot two, and the Vikings have now put Delta into the double bonus.
Once again, Magana with a downhill penetration, the dribble penetration. Hard to guard against that, really.
His handles are just so crisp. He plays you like a yo-yo. First free throw in, 11 points now for Magana, 7 of them coming from the free throw line, 7 for 7. Just an absolute baller, Magana.
One thing I like to see the Vikes do is get into him early. Take away his dribble space, limit. You know where he wants to go. He wants to go right back to his left hand and then back to the right to finish. So get into that dribble space and just sit. Don't react. Don't be a reactionary defender. Sit.
Free throw made by Magana. DJ Evans misses the three, gets the long rebound back for himself, and now Marchand Smith from the corner. Driving down the baseline, the extra pass was read perfectly by Brown. Brown gets the steal. Brown trying to go coast to coast, and quick hands of Kai Curry knock it out of bounds. The Vikings are there on defense despite the fact that they're turning it over, so, I mean, you can't complain about effort. The Vikings are still giving 100% effort. It's just been a little bit sloppy here.
The Vikings' effort has been great in the second half, but like you said, take away a little bit of those turnovers, calm the jitters down a little bit, and the game will take care of itself.
Yeah, and in the early part of the season, the Vikings really fell behind because of their turnovers, but in Big 8 play, they really turned that number around, and that's why they've been on this 3-game winning streak. And a corner three-point shot, no go, and Kai Curry gets the positioning, spring down the floor, coast to coast, Kai Curry reversing in!
The speed of Curry is a game changer.
It's unbelievable. He's like a little rabbit shot out of a cannon. He just goes, and then when he jumps, I mean, he floats for an eternity. Parasso looking to answer, and Parasso does answer.
I don't know what's more impressive, though. The ability to get down the floor and finish, or the fact that he was the one that got the rebound.
I've said this many times on the broadcast. His brother is a gymnast for Cal, his twin brother. So if that doesn't show athleticism, I don't know what is.
I knew he had a twin. Did not know that's what he did, but now it makes sense.
Exactly. And the three ball and the turnover on the other side, it's a 1-point game now. 66-65, under 6 minutes to play. Mo Wilson and Elijah Keys coming to the scorer's table, and a deep breath taken by Delta College. The Mustangs has the ball, gets thrown into the face of Magana. Arnold caught his man off guard. Shakes his head as he's a little dazed there, and he returns it back to Arnold now. Looking for a screen. Off the screen now to Victor. Victor, nice jump, 18-footer. And that's a situation where the Vikings, I mean, they used a lot of clock there, and then they were forced to throw up a little bit of a prayer there by Victor. Victor wants to cut inside. He's not really shown too much of an outside game tonight. And I think both sides are content to really just catch their breath in this situation.
I was about to mention, both teams just look really tired from that frantic pace we just saw in the first 15 minutes of this half.
And Curry over to Wood. Wood's fouled in the process. Arnold can't believe it, but I can. He absolutely just swatted down. I don't care if you're only 5'10 and you're swatting away at a guy who's 6'6". It's a foul one way or the other.
Whether or not he hit him, it's the action of swinging down. With how fast the game is, if the referee sees the hand swing, you can expect the call is going to come.
Hit the nail on the head.
Give Elijah Keys 32 and 4.
Missed the first free throw by Wood, and some substitutions here. So on the floor for the Vikings, Keys and Mozo Wilson come back in. Second attempt for Michael Wood, and Michael Wood now 21 points. Continue to build on his career high, though, but a little bit of a quiet second half as most of those points came in the first.
A new defender put in on Magana. They're going to put Mo.
And Mo is a heck of a pest on defense there. As Victor underneath the basket, Benitez saw that he got the switch on him, and honestly, that's a good situation there. You get the bigger man there. You don't allow him to go there for the easy bucket. And it'll actually be I believe it's the fourth on Kai Curry instead of against Benitez, so that is a difficult situation. If it's against Tejas, that's only his third, and you can live with it, but 4 against Curry as the first free throw is missed by Victor. I mean, the idea is there. You want to make the guy earn it from the line, but yes, situational basketball, you just can't put yourself in that position.
Nailed it right on the head. The situation of realizing that Curry he's your best on-ball defender. And he cannot afford to pick up one of those silly calls here with 4 minutes to go.
But fortunate for him, Victor does miss both of the free throws, so the Vikings still have a little bit of a lifeline here, 67-65. Benitez is doubled, smacked in the face, no call there. And a furious Irv Anderson. Ben from deep. Offensive rebound by Mo Wilson. I mean, the Vikings don't have a very big guard room, but I'll tell you one thing, they know how to position and they know how to get rebounds.
Long balls create long opportunities for rebounds, and Mo being, his ability to offensive rebound, not only down low on the block, but in the perimeter, creates a lot of more opportunities for the Vikes for the second chances.
And Mo Wilson unable to capitalize there. He was hit in the process, but no foul called. Magana downhill once more, went up, lost the ball. Good hands, I believe. Keys might have got his hands inside of the cookie jar and forced that ball up as Victor tried to come up with the slam. So the Vikings, with just a sliver of space, will churn into the final 4 minutes of this game. Curry gets to a spot 12 feet out, too strong, tipped in the air. Offensive foul.
You love the energy and the effort from Keys, but like you said, situational basketball. Understand, just get back on defense. He's too valuable to this basketball team.
And on top of that, when you're in the double bonus, it's a hard situation to put yourself in. I mean, once again, you sent Dominic Victor to the free throw line. Victor just missed his first 2. He's only a 58% free throw shooter, so it's not the worst thing, but just, it's not where you want to be. First free throw is missed as well, and this is the thing I don't really get with some of these guys that are so athletic. I feel like they get in their own head from the free throw line sometimes, where it's just like you see him go up and then he just has a little hitch at the shot at the top there.
The basketball gods gave him the body, the speed, the athleticism. They said, we're going to humble you with the free throw.
There you go.
But that's a correctable thing. Like you said,
Yes.
It's just getting in the gym. It's the repetition,
Yes.
right? So I expect him at the next level to be able to correct that, and I think he will.
Offensive foul on the off-ball screen, and the Vikings will turn it over here. They have a 1-point lead after splitting the free throws from Victor. And I mean, the roof is starting to crumble for the Vikes here. Pardo will come in replacing Curry, and Mo Wilson, I believe, yes, Mo Wilson will pick up his third, pardon me.
Look for the dribble penetration of Magana into Victor on the low block in here in the next couple of minutes.
And Magana settles from inside the lane, misses the 12-footer. And the Vikings still continue to live with a second of space, but a steal now. Magana forces a turnover. Magana up and under. Too much English on the ball as it pops out. Benitez frantically going down the floor. Benitez trapped inside the corner. He's double teamed for just a moment. Stops his dribble now. 20 seconds left, and the Vikings can take a deep breath here. 1-point advantage. A plus 16 half here for Delta, but the Vikings still have the lead 67-66. 4-on-4, Mo Wilson, trapped between the trees, over to Wood, 4 seconds remaining. Wood from the right block. Oh, couldn't get the basket to drop, but does get another opportunity to go to the free throw line. And so I will say this for the Vikings. Delta hasn't fouled them that much, as that's only the 6th foul, but nearly every foul has been a shooting foul.
Situational basketball. Understand there's 5 seconds left on the clock from the Mustangs. No need to foul. If he wants to take a running, let's call it a 9-foot hook, let him take it. I know it's his career night, but you let him take it in that opportunity.
Especially when he's 0 for 2 from the free throw line and now 0 for 3. It's something where if he's knocking down shots, that's one thing, but if you send him the free throw line, it's the same exact situation as Victor has. He has the same line from the free throw line as Victor. He's got 22 points now, but he's 1 for 4 from the free throw line. And now the Vikings do have a 2-point lead here with 2:26 remaining, continuing to live on the razor's edge.
I think the Vikings really need to look out for Victor on the low post with the dump offs from Magana coming in, and even through Brown. I wouldn't get too far away. Be attached to him at all times.
And so Marshawn Smith will come back into the game. And I think what this really does is you get 6'4" on the floor, but you also get a guy who can switch 1 through 5 now. Elijah Key's frustrated as he takes the bench at the 2:18-minute mark. And Magana continues to run the show for this Mustangs team. Arnold to the entry pass to Parasso, and Parasso couldn't get it cleanly. Tejas got his hands inside of the passing lane. Parasso touched it, and like a game of hot potato, he lost. Ben Tejas screaming the play as he works his way down the floor. Inside of 2 minutes to play, the Vikings still having a 2-point lead here as the Mustangs have fought back from a 17-point disadvantage. Mo Wilson drifting into the lane. A no-look pass nearly turned over. Pardo able to get the ball back, throws it ahead of us, and a save by Michael Wood. Doesn't crash on the table. Ben Tejas sees the shot clock, and he floats away from, that was like 30 feet away from the basket. Situational basketball was good by every player there, but just don't put yourself in that position.
Tremendous effort by Wood, hustling for loose ball, put Ben into almost a difficult situation, a very difficult situation, almost impossible is what I meant. But you don't want to see, I know they're trying to run time off the clock, but let's get to a point where we can get a quality shot off of that.
Just because the time situation here, and oh my goodness, Arnold slips down to the ground and Tejas cannot believe they called the foul. It'll be the 3rd against Tejas, and they'll send Arnold to the free throw line. Only 6 for 8 from the free throw line this year. Arnold's been one of those guys that's been giving you quality minutes. He's a guy that hasn't really played too many minutes, but in this game, he's giving you 4 points, and he's going to the free throw line with the potential to tie it up now. Number 30 in black brings the Vikings timeline down, or lifeline, I should say, down to 1 now. Opportunity to tie things up at the 1:30 mark for Arnold. 5 points for the freshman from Calveras Valley Springs. No go, Marshawn Smith gets the rebound, and the Vikings continue to hold on to this 1-point lead. Run over and back, and the Vikings are just shooting themselves in the foot. Hard situations on one side, turnovers on the other side. And Irv Anderson will take the timeout that the Vikings truly need. Yelling out hustle, line up here. And he's going to whip some sense into his team here and try to play a perfect 1 minute and 22 seconds of basketball to close out this game here on DVC Vikings Live. Remember the 10th annual poker tournament's coming up. Come and join us for a ton of fun on February 3rd at the DVC HSF building. Go to eventbrite.com and search DVC Poker. On the other side of the timeout, 1:22 remaining. It's a 1-point advantage for the Vikings here. It's felt like I mean, the amount of cortisol released in this game has been tremendous, as Julian Brown will handle the ball now. Julian Brown calling the play over to his guard, Magana. And I don't know what this foul is going to be on. I believe it might be on Marshawn Smith. And if it is, it'll send Parasso to the free throw line. Yes, it is against Marshawn. Another, I mean, can you call it a dumb play? Because that's exactly what it is. You're getting way too overly aggressive off the ball. You know you're in the double bonus, and now you're going to give a really good free throw shooter an opportunity to get the lead for the first time since, I don't even know if they had a lead in this game so far. Knotted up at 68 now. Parasso with 15 points. Just a really tough foul here. Second free throw rattles out, and the Vikings somehow find a way to keep this tied up. We need to take a deep breath, get one quality offensive possession here, because the Vikings have been turning it over left and right in those last couple minutes of play. Got the sophomore Vinny Hurtado over to Pardo. Pardo trapped inside the corner, and Marshawn Smith with 20 seconds to work. Inside of 1 minute to play, Marshawn Smith, mid-range jumper. Marshawn, 18 feet out. He says, hey, I'll make up for it there. Double digits now for Marshawn Smith. 70, 68. Magana pestered. Magana turns the ball over. Pardo nearly gets the steal, flying to the ground. Picked up by Julian Brown. Julian Brown down Broadway. Julian Brown floats it and ties it up at 70. 2 second game clock, shot clock difference. Flopping down on the floor is Arnold. They're not going to call him for the flop, though. Vikings with one possession have the opportunity to win it here. Ben Tejas with the ball in his hands. The battle for second place in the Big Eight on the line in the final 10 seconds here. Behind the back dribble, doubled as Tejas, and a timeout here taken by Irv Anderson and company.
Most importantly, 6 seconds left, cannot be forgot. I hope players realize when they come back on the floor, someone realizes besides the coaches, hey, you guys, you have 6 seconds. Okay, now you know the ball is going to try to go to Ben. But I would look for a backdoor action, we like to call it, get a little slip, maybe to Wood, maybe to Marshawn, somebody else, because you know that gravity we were talking about earlier in the first half, it's going to go to Tejas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the situation here, you just got to realize that it just takes one more play. That's all you need. You've been up the whole entire game. You've had such a good game up to this point, and then it's just been death by 1,000 paper cuts. Don't let yourself bleed to death. Put a patch on it, hold it tight, and then get one more out of this.
You know, the one thing you need to pay attention to, I don't know if they're going to put Keys back in the game, but offensive putback. There's plenty of time. He's probably going to tell him, hey, get the shot off early, get an offensive rebound, go right back up with it. Do not look to kick. Do not look to pump. Just go straight back up, draw a foul if you can, win the game.
Absolutely. So the timeout taken, the Vikings with 6 seconds left. It's a 2 second game shot clock difference. The Vikings will send Keys out there. So it's Keys, Wood with Tejas, Pardo, and Marshawn Smith. On the other side, it'll be Julian Brown, Magana, Arnold, joined alongside Dominic Victor, Parasso. Those are the five. Marshawn Smith to inbound it, and another timeout taken by Delta College here. We'll keep it here. You got the timeouts, you might as well use it, see what unit gets brought out, and then be able to match alongside with it, right?
You can't take them with you.
Yeah,
so you might as well see what kind of their offense they're going to run, make those adjustments you feel like you need to make on defense. But like I said, regardless, offensive rebound, I know that's what Delta's yelling right now. Hey, they're going to give the ball to Ben. Look for the three-point shot. Stay tight to your man. Do not lose where your man is at, especially under the rim.
But you got to think about it in this situation as well. The Vikings are one away from the single bonus now, essentially in the bonus. Are they ever going to try to call a play to get a foul and go to the free throw line and close it out here?
I think that puts the referees in a really difficult decision, and I think you can't rely on that, right? You got to rely on what you know, which is executing whatever play the coach draws up to the best of your abilities.
But at the same time, the referees have been calling a very consistent tight whistle today, so let's see what the Vikings elect to do. They'll line up here from the three-point line. Marshawn Smith to be the quarterback here to run the set. Smith, sweat glistening off his forehead as he fixes his shorts here, gets his jersey tucked in. You don't want to get any dumb fouls like that to end it. So with that, 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. The trigger, Marshawn Smith. Smith over to Ben Tejas. 5 seconds remaining. Ben Tejas falls to the ground, gets it over to Pardo. Pardo open for three! No go! Ball's picked up. And The shot clock went off. Keys got the rebound. I don't know if the Vikings got one more timeout left. So I want to see what the officials call here. Keys did get the offensive rebound. He was trying to go for the putback, but then the official stopped it because the shot clock rang. So let's see.
6 seconds on the game clock. There was, I believe, a 2-second differential. So
yeah, there was a 1.8 second differential, and after the shot went up, Keys got the ball immediately, and if you call a timeout in that situation, you should still have 1.8 seconds, which is enough time to get a shot off.
Irv just looking at the officials, wondering how much seconds are going to be put left on the clock. We'll see.
This is when you want instant replay to come by. So the official still talking to Irv Anderson here. And it looks like the Vikings will get a little bit of time remaining on the clock, so they'll get that one right. I see 22 seconds, but I think it's going to be 2.2. And 2.2 is plenty of time.
Better than what you thought, that extra point, too.
Yeah.
So that can kind of give those post players down low, if they can get a seal on the baseline on an inbounds, a little bit more time to go up.
And something to factor in as well, though, the Vikings don't have another timeout, so they have to execute right now. They burned a lot of timeouts early on here, so it's do or die time. And let's see the 5 they bring out on the floor.
We have 2.2.
I mean, credit to Keys for keeping that ball alive as well, though. Without Keys' offensive rebound there, we would be in overtime.
And as we talked about earlier, just how valuable Keys is to this basketball team. His presence, his ability on defense, quarterbacking, talking on defense, the offensive rebounds, getting second chances, defensively being a presence at the rim. Having someone like him on your team, it really is a blessing.
Yeah, he's one of those glue guys where, yes, he is a guy that can definitely score and get you a lot of rebounds, but more than anything, he's one of those galvanizing forces where, like, these are the guys that create a good team. Yes, stars are imperative. You need stars to have a great team. But when you have those galvanizing pieces, when you have those true role players that can come in and just give you quality minutes night in and night out, I mean, that's the key.
It's
Elijah Keys.
It's the passion Keys plays with.
Yes.
He's a very passionate player, and you can't take that away from him. You don't want to change that about him. You just want him to harness it, and in that possession, he really did. He didn't give up on the play.
No, he didn't know. So the Vikings will send out, they will actually sit Keys down. So it will be Michael Wood, Vinny Hurtado, Lorenzo Pardo, Ben Tejas, and Marshawn Smith. On the other side, it's Julian Brown Magana, alongside Parasso, Dominic Victor, and Arnold. Another timeout taking my Delta. Like you said, you can't take them home with you, so check the set and then see what happens. And one thing I like to see with this lineup here is that the Vikings are trusting their sophomore guys. They're putting Vinny Hurtado into the situation in Mount because they trust him. They know that he can make a good decision. He's been here for a full year in the program, and yes, he hasn't played necessarily the minutes that you'd like him to see, but he's made good decisions all year long, and he's one of the best assist players on the Vikings as well. Put your playmakers in there to make plays.
You know, the set they're going to run out here is going to be 3 shooters, like you talked about. Having Vinny being one of your better playmakers, taking the ball out of bounds, he'll make the correct read, and having Marshawn be that athletic cutter to the basket. So what you're really probably trying to hope is they overload and they overhelp on the shooters. You can get Marshawn one-on-one on a back door. I would also expect to use Tejas as a little bit of a decoy. You know, can we get Pardo, who shoots, I believe, 38% from 3?
Yeah, Pardo shooting 38%.
I mean, Pardo, he's a great three-point shooter. You know, you get him an open look, I would expect it to go in if there's no one out there to contest.
Absolutely. So the timeout there, Delta still has one more in the pocket. I don't know the rules here. Can you take consecutive timeouts here?
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
No.
So they'll send out the same unit on the floor. It's Marshawn Smith, Vinny Hurtado, Ben Tejas, Lorenzo Pardo, and Michael Wood. The trigger from the left side of the baseline will be Vinny Hurtado. Hurtado scans the floor, fakes it over to Ben Tejas, and Tejas ball dribbles up in the air, and we're going to overtime. A nice looking shot. Ben Tejas springs it free. The soft rim almost gave him an opportunity, but from once down 17, Delta cuts it all the way back down to 70 all, and hey, 5 minutes of free basketball.
Buckle up, boys. We're ready to go. No, I mean, what got Delta here is what we talked about. Their ability to penetrate and get into the paint. It caused a lot of issues in the second half, foul trouble especially, living at the free throw line. And they didn't make all their free throws, but they made enough to keep them in the game. The Vikings need to do if they want to take this away, if they want to go home and say, hey, no more, you got to hold down the paint. So I look for the Vikings maybe go with a little bit of a bigger lineup and tell them, hey, try your best to sit on Magana, sit down, don't, like we said, don't be a reactionary defender. You know where he wants to go. He wants to get to the elbow. Beat him to a spot. It's hard to say, hey, I'm going to beat this guy because you don't know where he's going, but you know the area in which he's trying to get to. So beat him to the elbow, push him into help coverage, and force someone who's 5'7", 5'8", to put up a difficult shot.
Yeah, we've seen him throw out that floater a few different times, and he does have that in his repertoire, but obviously not a very high percentage shot compared to the other things when he's driving down and just throwing it. So it'll send us into 5 minutes of free basketball, knotted up at 70 here after 40 minutes of play, and we still don't have a decision. So Elijah Keys, Michael Wood, Ben Tejas, Lorenzo Pardo, and Kai Curry on the floor here. And Michael Wood going up against Dominic Victor to get it started. So it'll be Victor Parasso as the ball's tipped up and gotten to the hands of Magana. So it's Magana, Parasso with Julian Brown, Arnold, who's given you so many quality minutes tonight, and Victor. Julian Brown working on the smaller defender. Has Arnold open first straightaway three. No go, ball's tipped up and a foul called against. I believe this is going to go against Julian Brown. If this will go against Kai Curry, this will be his 5th and he'll foul out. I don't know who this is going to go against. The way that they're setting up though, it looks like it might go against Curry. Julian Brown to the free throw line. Curry fouls out in the first possession of overtime here. Curry finishes with 4 points as Brown unable to knock down the free throw, however. And so Marshawn Smith will come back in to replace Curry after this next free throw attempt. I think you got to replace him in this situation because if he misses the ball and exactly.
You have to take him out of the game. It's an unfortunate call. The smaller player doing a very good job of boxing out, but might have been a little too overzealous.
I mean, it could have gone either way at that point too. Both of them were fighting for that ball. I would wish to see a no call actually. Second free throw now. And the first lead for Delta College, I believe, in this game will come in the 41st minute. 14 points for Julian Brown here. Ben Tejas, and I want to see Arnold call for that flopping call. He's been flopping all night long. Tejas straight to the hole, the extra pass, and Keys being fed underneath the basket to get into double digits now. 10 points for Elijah Keys, and the Vikings get a 1-point lead once more. Magana on the D of the DVC Vikings logo. Pardo gives him an open lane to the floor. Kicks it out over to Brown. Julian Brown from the left wing. And Michael Wood with the strong rebound. Pardo nearly had the ball knocked away, and the Vikings able to get it forward with Ben Tejas. Under 4 minutes to play here. The one thing that hasn't been going for Delta tonight, the three ball just has not stuck. I gotta believe they're under 30% here. The floater from Ben Tejas cleaned up by Michael Wood. Michael Wood gets another rebound after the putback, and Tejas steps out of bounds. It's your home court advantage having that black line as the out of bounds and the green just outside of it, but in some situations, especially with fatigue, your brain sees it, but you don't necessarily process it.
You love to see the downhill dribble penetration, but you want the gravity once again. I know we're becoming a broken record, but make the dump off. It's gonna be there.
And the Vikings try to spring a trap on Julian Brown, but Julian Brown able to break through it. 18 seconds left on the shot clock. Vikings with a 72-71 advantage here. Julian Brown working around a screen from Magana. Julian Brown underneath the basket. The extra pass over to Victor, and Dominic Victor throws it down with authority here. 19 points for Dominic Victor, and a 1-point advantage for the Mustangs now. Easy baskets there. 2-3 attempts, and Victor's just gonna fly in all by himself. A deep 3-point shot. Early in the shot clock, Marshawn Smith, a little bit of a heat check there in a situation that might not warrant it. Under 3 minutes to play now. Vikings seemingly behind the 8 ball, down 1. Moselle Wilson to the scorer's table to check in. Marshawn Smith, the on-ball defender against Julian Brown, gets the switch. It's Magana, driving pass is big. Victor, pump fakes from the outside. Victor with 5 seconds left. Victor trying to get past Keys. Keys doing a terrific job on defense. But better offense will trump good defense, as Elijah Keys will be called for the foul there. Keys did everything right, but Victor leans in, gets the basket. He's got 21 points now and an opportunity to make it 22 and give Delta a 2-possession lead. Mo Wilson will come in replacing Keys. just been a tough night for Elijah Keys. He's had great opportunities here with huge rebounds and 10 points, but these situations just continue to hurt him. The free throw is in. 2 for 5 from the free throw line. Dominic Victor, 22 points, and the Vikings trail 4 now. 2:30 remaining in this overtime period. Shovels over to Mo Wilson. 18-foot jumper. No go. Magana with the rebound, and the Vikings just cannot get a shot to drop. Dane Magana will use up some clock here. On-ball defender is Pardo. Gets the elbow there. Drops off to Parasso. Victor on the other side of the basket. The and one once more. I don't know what you can do in that situation. The big rolls over to the man inside of the post, and it leaves Victor all alone, and then Victor is just going to eat. 24 points, the timeout taken by Irv Anderson. Another Victor free throw on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. Six-point advantage for Delta College here. They took their first lead inside a 1 minute to play of the overtime period. And honestly, it's the game that the Vikings are going to have to look back on and just learn. You live and you learn. Vikings still have an opportunity here as Victor goes to the free throw line to shoot his and one opportunity here. And the free throw, short. DJ Evans with the rebound. So it's Marshawn Smith, Elijah Keys, DJ Evans, Mo Wilson, and Vinny Hurtado to close it out here. Marshawn Smith to the right elbow, crossover past the lane, tried to dump it off over to Keys, and Victor, man, he stole the game ball away from Michael Wood. An insult to injury, fouled 85 feet away from the other basket. And that's really been what it is. The Vikings needed to see the situation in the basketball. You knew the officials were going to call a tight game, and you just keep playing into it. Fourth foul against Marshawn Smith. And exits left. As Victor, now 2 for 6. Ben Tejas will replace Marshawn Smith. And the Vikings need to get this rebound if it is a missed free throw and push quickly. Time is not your friend in this situation. 7-point lead now, as Victor now has 25 points. Division I talent for sure. Tejas from the left elbow, the 15-footer rims out. All last touch. And I believe it will go off for Brown and Tejas on the ground. I don't know if that's just slow to get up from fatigue or actual injury, but
yeah, he was hit on the play.
Tejas keeled over from the three-point line. And it looks like he'll be a warrior and fight through it. Through it. 72-79. 1 minute, 39 seconds remaining in overtime. Lorenzo Pardo to come into the game, and they'll leave Tejas in and they'll replace Mo Wilson, so more shooting on the floor for the Vikes.
Plenty of time left in the game. I know it sounds strange to say, but you don't need to force the three. If you can get a quick 2, play the foul games. I mean, Victor's not been great at the free throw line tonight, so if you can get him and get him to the line, you might live to see another day.
Now it's just all about executing. You haven't executed in the last 20 minutes of game time, essentially. Can you turn it around? Vinny Hurtado, the trigger from the baseline now. Keys, Tejas, Pardo, and DJ Evans into the game. Lob ahead. It's over to Pardo. Pardo back cutting Tejas, and Tejas to the free throw line. He'll shoot 2. And that's the 3rd foul against Dominic Prasso. So, honestly, best type of situation here. The clock stops, and you have an opportunity with your best free throw shooter to shoot 2 free throws and cut this down to a 2-possession game.
So we just talked about, you don't need to fall into the love. A lot of teams in this situation think, oh my God, we need a 3. You don't. Slow it down, take a breath, get to the line, get a quality shot. That's a great look for Ben.
And something you got to factor in, as Ben Tejas is nothing but net on his first attempt. Ben Tejas took such a hard hit and still is willing to give his body up, go up, get the contact, and try to cut this one down to a 1-possession game. And, I mean, technically he did with that free throw. So it's a 6-point game now, trying to cut it down to 5. And, I mean, in this situation, you get a stop on one side, you get a rebound, and you're in it. You just have to work efficiently, and you have to work quickly. Second free throw in as well. Ben Tejas now with 13 points. 5 for 6 from the free throw line. And Julian Brown will inbound it here. Michael Wood, Elijah Keys, alongside DJ Evans, Lorenzo Pardo, and Marshawn Smith. Vikings put three-quarter court pressure here as Arnold nearly breaks it. And he does end up breaking as the ball goes over to Brown. Diving to the ground is Michael Wood, able to get the steal. The Vikings get the stop. DJ Evans down the floor. DJ Evans, right wing 3. Up, and Victor with the board. You got to foul Victor in this situation here, and instead they get it over to Brown. And the Vikings, I think, they're just going to live with having to. I thought they were just going to live with playing defense there. The situation was perfect there. Victor came up. He's the worst free throw shooter on the team, but instead you get it over to Brown. And Brown, I mean, a 69% free throw shooter, not the best, but situational basketball is going to haunt Irv Anderson and the staff tonight.
You nailed it. Perfect way to play it. Quick shot. Now, was it the best shot you could have taken? We don't know. We don't know if Irv told him yes or no, but regardless is Victor get the rebound. Foul right away.
Honestly,
foul right away. That's
DJ Evans that's his spot. He is going to shoot from the right wing and nail down shots. You live with it every single time. So I don't, that's a good shot in my book, but you got to know if he misses to foul the rebounder. You can't let them run an extra 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds off the clock.
I agree. It's a good shot for DJ in transition, a rhythm shooter. He took a chance. Wasn't a bad shot.
No.
Missed it. Had the perfect opportunity to foul the right guy, but they might have fouled the right guy.
You'll live with it here. So now it is 2 for 2 as DJ Evans checks out. In comes Ben Tejas. He's 2 for 4 from the free throw line. And now Arnold will step back up and come into the box. Second free throw does find the bottom of the net, however. Julian Brown now with 15 points, and it's still a 6-point game. Marshawn Smith, the ball handler down the floor. Smith inside. It's Wood for 3 straight away. Off the iron. High rebound. Pardo back inside. Finding Tejas. Tejas spins around, loses the ball. The ball's still on the ground. Arnold on the floor calls a timeout. And a travel instead. A turnover against Arnold. So the Vikings nearly turn it over, but the basketball gods are going to give them another lifeline here. And Arnold starting to get chippy, talking some trash to Tejas as Tejas will look to spring some space. So Keys, Pardo, Michael Wood, who had that nice-looking three-point shot. I mean, yes, he is your center, but he's been your best outside shooter tonight with Ben Tejas and Marshawn Smith. Once again, you live for those shots. You will, you can't be mad at those good shots.
Right now, a little bit of break in the action.
And this is
not the worst thing.
Yeah.
You got to get a little bit of a breather under you right now. Maybe that'll help Tejas on his next shot.
And the ball will go over to Tejas as Tejas steps in and is fouled in the process of passing it over to Keys, but a 1-1 opportunity now. And, I mean, in this situation, you can cut it down to 4. You play the foul game, and you see they still have Victor on the floor. So, out of the combined players on the floor, Julian Brown, somebody you can foul. Mangana is somebody you don't want to foul. He's been perfect, 8 for 8 from the free throw line tonight. Dominic Parasso, a 76% free throw shooter. You don't want to foul him. Victor and then Allen. So 2 guys that you can foul on the floor if you end up missing a free throw or something of that regard.
Curious to see if Delta was going to take out Victor, what we were talking about, but elected to keep him in the game.
Yeah. You live and die with the guys you've got. Both the free throws in for Tejas. Tejas now 7 for 8 with 15 points, 4-point lead. Magana is pressured here. Over to Julian Brown, but they don't foul Brown. I think they tried to get the foul, but the officials didn't call it. Now Magana dribbling between multiple different defenders. The reach in. They don't call the foul once more. Magana bleeding so much clock here before he's finally called for the foul. All right, I'm all for consistency in this situation. I saw 6 different fouls and nothing was called. I'm at a loss for words. Like, I don't want to be a homer in this situation. Yes, we are DVC Vikings Live, and yes, we are in this situation, but I am in a bit of disbelief in this situation.
I think in that situation, if you're going to foul, don't leave it up to the officials, right? Make it blatantly obvious that you're going to foul.
Yeah.
Not saying they weren't intentionally.
No, I agree.
But you've got to make it obvious.
I agree. No flagrant, but
but just make it obvious. Say, make it. Hey, you can't suggest
I'm hugging
fouling.
you.
I'm fouling.
Yeah, exactly. Both the free throws are in, so now it's a 6-point game once more. Still technically possible, but the Vikings with Mo Wilson need to score quickly and get another foul and hope for a couple different misses. Ben Tejas, a deep 3-point shot, and it's blocked. Trying to save the ball. And Lorenzo Leonard coming in the late moments of this game. Some fresh legs on the floor and possibly a good free throw shooter. And he does exactly that. The tired legs of Tejas couldn't get the shot off quite in time. And now Julian Brown will whip it ahead over to Arnold. And Arnold, once again, not fouled. You could hear somebody yelling, that's a foul here over our court mic, but in this situation, Arnold has an opportunity to put this one on ice.
2 shots ahead for Arnold.
So with that, it's a tale of two halves. The Vikings perform perfectly. They play great perimeter defense. And the first, and that will likely be the dagger for Arnold on his 6th point there. And yeah, the tale of two halves. Vikings played well in the first. They did show a little bit of an opportunity to come back into this game with the inside cutting like we talked about. I mean, just great adjustments here as the second free throw is missed. Vikings will sprint down the floor for Mo Wilson. A shove off. And I believe this will send Mo Wilson to the free throw line. But yeah, it's great adjustments from Delta College. There's a reason they took those 3 timeouts early in the second. They were talking about, hey, let's not get away from the situation. Yes, they did knock down a couple 3-point shots, but the 3-point shots were not dropping for them tonight. Every single time the Vikings allowed them to take that shot, you live with it. But instead, it's Dayton Magana. I mean, he's not necessarily the highest scorer on the team. He's got 14 points, but he's the guy, he's the catalyst to everything. A true point guard. He could drive inside. He could score. He set up Victor. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him with 7 assists at the end of the night. Free throw is missed. The ball's still live. Victor gets the ball, and they don't foul Victor once more. Instead, Julian Brown with 5 seconds left. Vikings trying to get the steal here. Finally, a foul here as Elijah Keys grabs the neck of Victor, and that'll send him to the free throw line to shoot 2 with 3 seconds remaining here in overtime, and just a disappointing evening for Vikings fans.
Yeah, speaking on touch to what you said about Magana, his ability to get downhill and create for others. You know, you have two. We talked about this earlier, previous to my game, right? You have the different types of mentalities: a scorer mentality or a scoring mentality. Mm-hmm. I would put Magana in a scoring mentality. He's not a selfish player at all, right? Absolutely. He's not the person that's going to force the issue. He looks for the best opportunity and the best shot, whether that's him or his teammates. So his ability to just score and create for others with his assist just lends to what a fabulous player he is.
I mean, you also got to factor in, he's one of those guys that's been in this program for 3 years now. You learn how to play basketball when you've been injured and you just have to watch the game. And especially because he was such a prolific scorer in his first year, a couple years back, 21, 22. I mean, he was averaging 20 points per game against the Vikings in those 2 matchups. And now he's just continued to add the fold to his game where he's going out there, getting assists left and right. I mean, he is a true baller, and he's somebody that you got to watch out for. Like, he's 5'7", I get it. He's a smaller guard, but he's got everything you're looking for. The outside shots there, the dribbling, the handling, the unselfishness, and also one thing that's underappreciated, the communication. Like, I heard him talking at the halftime break saying, hey, let me set you up in this situation. You got to be here. You got to do X, Y, Z. And then even just talking to his players on the court with a calm fashion. He's saying, hey, Victor, I'm going to drive in. 2 of these guys are going to jump at me. They're tired. They're antsy. They're ready to get there. Come back in. Wait for the first wave and then catch the second. First free throw is in by Julian Brown. He's got 16 points now.
And you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to lead to just his leadership ability. Not everybody is the passionate guy like Keys is, right? He's very vocal. Magana seems to be the type of guy where he leads by example, stays very even keel, doesn't force.
And Ben Tejas fires away for the final time off the mark here, and that sends this to our final hit here. 85-76. Delta comes back from a 17-point deficit, and the Vikings will have their 3-game winning streak snapped here. Got wins against Folsom Lake, Modesto, and American River College, but the battle of 7 and 19 will send DVC to 7 and 10, putting them to 3 and 2 in Big 8 play. The tiebreaker for third place of Big 8 will go over to Delta now as they advance to 8 and 9 on their year, 4 and 1 on the season. And some final scores here. Victor with 25, 15 for Peraza, 3 points for Galindo, 14 points for Magana, the player of the night, 17 points for Julian Brown alongside 6 points for Arnold. On the other side, 10 points for Keys, 22 points on a career high night for Michael Wood in the loss, 15 points for Tejas, 7 points for Lorenzo Pardo, 2 points for Moselle Wilson, 3 points for Cole Webster, who entered the game for his first Big 8 game, but left early on with what seemed to be the knee injury aggravating again. 4 points for Curry, 10 points for Marshawn Smith, and 3 points for Taylor. And more than anything, you just got to think about this night as this is a learning opportunity. You put yourself in a terrific position to do well, but you just couldn't close it out. You kept fighting all the way through. You fought with a lifeline of 1 point for what seemed to be a total of 7 minutes in the second half. But it's just, you shot yourself in the foot too many times. I don't know if it's fatigue. I don't know if it's just better execution and adjustments from the staff over as longtime head coach Rick Rasa and Steve Cochimilio, the longtime coach of DVC, have a little bit of a laugh here. But yeah, you put yourself in a good position early on and you just continue to shoot yourself in the foot and put a damper on things tonight. You live and you learn, right?
I think the change in the second half, and I know we're speaking a lot to him, it's got to be Magana. The even kill attitude, hey, everything's going to be fine, guys. He never seemed too razzled, even when his shot wasn't going down. When he led guys to easy opportunities, even when they missed their free throws, it was, hey, you see, we can be successful with this. Take your time on your free throws, knock them down. They're going to have more opportunities. I'm going to come to you again. And that's an important thing to have a guy like him who says, hey, shake it off. I'm going to come back to you again because I trust you and I know you can deliver for me.
And especially when it's a D1 guy too, a bounce back. I mean, it's easy to trust a guy that can play at the highest level. And that's exactly what happened tonight. In a career night for Michael Wood, the Vikings drop at 85-76 in overtime. And we'll be back in a couple of days. So the next game for the Vikings will be on Tuesday against Cumsumnes River College. So the Hawks come to town. This is a team that really turned around their program on the women's side. It's a team that only has 1 loss on the year, especially after a year where they were the worst team in the Big 8. So, I mean, it's good to see them bounce back. We got some blue bloods of the Big 8 back in business here. And, of course, your team dropped the first half of the doubleheader there in a really tough matchup where you did come out strong in the second half. But, I mean, you live to fight another day. Both these games were going to be a doubleheader to be forgotten, but you live, you learn, you move on, and you got another tall task in front of you on Tuesday.
It's just on in the next game. The one thing I pride our team on is just the next game, next practice mentality. Don't get too caught up in losing the last game. Don't get too caught up in a bad practice, a good practice, right? Even if you play someone, we've had games where we've handled opponents, right, the way we wanted to. It's be happy for the night, move on to the next one. And I think the thing we have to get ready for is they're going to match that same intensity that Delta came out with. They're a very aggressive team. They love to press. They love to force you into difficult positions and situations. And I think our girls really responded and showed people that, hey, we can take a hit and we can keep coming and we can keep coming. And I expect them to do it. So, I'm excited to get back at it. You know how I am. I'm excited to get back at practice and see what I can come up with, whatever blueprint we can follow. But I'm excited to see what happens next week.
Through the ebbs and flow in life, the one thing consistent is that we carry on. Final scores here, 65-57, the final of the first half of our doubleheader. 85-76, the end of the second. Delta taking both matches here at home on Steve Cochimilio Court against the Vikings, and we live to fight another day. A lot of learning and a quick turnaround here. Back on Tuesday on DVC Vikings Live as the Vikings take on the Hawks of Cumsumnes River And I believe you guys have the first half of the doubleheader, yes?
Yeah, we'll tip off at 5:30.
5:30 tip-off here with the women's side, and then we'll bring it back for the men's side here at 7:30. Sam Garski, ladies and gentlemen, you've been a pleasure to have here.
Appreciate you having me. It was
And
fun.
yeah, there's a ton of fun. You're always welcome back as long as that seat is open. And until next time, as always,